Good morning. This is a public hearing of the Chatham Conservation Commission being held on Wednesday, November 18th, 2020, in accordance with the provisions of the Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Wetlands Protection Act, and the Town of Chatham Wetlands Protection Bylaw, Chapter 272. It's being broadcast live on Channel 18 and recorded for the archives. My name's Janet Williams, and as Chair of the Conservation Commission, I'm opening this hearing at 9:01 a.m. Today's hearing is being conducted via remote video conference pursuant to Governor Baker's emergency orders prohibiting the gathering of large groups of people. Every effort's been made to ensure that the public can adequately access the proceedings as provided for in the order. The agenda and copies of all documents for review today are posted on the town website. A reminder that persons watching on Channel 18 who would like to participate in the meeting while it's in progress may do so by calling the phone number that's displayed on your screen. So to all participants on the platform this morning, a couple of reminders. The first is please everybody mute yourselves now. Having your microphones on creates unnecessary and distracting feedback and noise. If you're on the phone, you may mute by hitting *6. And if you want to speak, you hit *6 again to unmute. Folks who have joined by the video, can you please turn your video cameras off until you wish to speak before the commission? That saves on bandwidth and makes for fewer interruptions and problems with our internet connection. Thank you all. When Mr. Barilli rejoins, we'll ask him to turn his off as well. So once again today, we have a lengthy agenda to work our way through, and to do that in a reasonable time, we're going to observe and stick to some tight time frames. I'm asking all applicant representatives to keep their presentations very brief, about 3 minutes or so for the initial presentation. It's all you need to focus on the information that the commission needs to make its decision. I'm also asking all commission members to hold to the same standard for questions and conversation. Keep focused on the information that you believe you need in order to make a decision in each case. And to keep things moving, I'll be asking each member of the commission, I'll be giving them an opportunity to ask their questions before moving on to the next member. And then once that is concluded, I will open it for comments and questions from other participants on the call. Please indicate you wish to speak by unmuting and letting us know that you want to speak. So as has been our process, all commission votes today will be by roll call. And so that we have a record of the quorum attending today, I'll now ask each commission member to indicate their presence by stating their name. Commissioner Rawls.
Bob Rawls here.
Commissioner Kitts.
Joe Kitts, present.
Commissioner Delvecchio.
Delvecchio, present.
Commissioner Clark.
Clark here.
Okay, we are all here. We have a quorum. I've got a scheduling announcement to make this morning. Since the start of the emergency period on March 10th, the commission has been scheduling applications for hearings in the order in which those applications have been received. We have now received 10 new applications in the last month that needed to be scheduled. So I'm exercising the authority that is conferred on me by Section 17B5 of the Act of 2020, consistent with the amendments to that section that were signed into law last week, as Chair of the Conservation Commission, to declare the following applications are being scheduled for hearing on the following dates. Some of these we've announced earlier. We will re-announce them to make sure that everybody is clear on the hearing dates, and these are posted on the town website. So scheduled for a hearing on December the 9th are the following: 110 Seashells Drive, 94 Seashells Drive, 60 Sea Mist Lane, 448 Shore Road, 224 Sea Pine Road, and 73 Kent Road. Those are all scheduled for December 9th hearings. For December 16th, we added an extra hearing date in December to accommodate the influx of applications. So we now have another hearing date in December on the 16th, and the following applications are scheduled for that day: 255 Sea Pine Road, 155 and 157 Bridge Street, 24 Salt Pond Road, and 543 Old Harbor Road. And those are on the 16th of December. Again, all of those dates are posted on the town website in the scheduling declaration if you have any confusion or questions. And with that, Callie, I think we're ready to proceed with our agenda.
Okay, the first.
Wait, hold on. Ms. Vall, who just joined us. Hello, you're muted. I cannot hear you, but all I'm asking you to do is just can you turn off your video camera, please?
And also Mr. Varelli, Ralph Varelli, if you're, again, Mr.
Thank
Varelli.
you, Ms. Vall. Yeah, he walked away, so we'll keep our eye on when he reappears and ask him to turn off at that point.
Okay, first
Then
item
we
on
can
the
start with the agenda.
are field change requests, 28 Eel River Road, Jeffrey Lines, SE 10 3402. Field change request to move the location of the proposed kayak rack. I know George Riley is here, and
Here he is, he's back.
Yeah. Hello.
George. Okay. So this came up before when you were not available for a hearing, and at the time there were some commissioners who had some questions. It looks to me, I have an old one in front of me now, but you did change the proposal to change the location of the kayak.
The location, right. Yeah.
So they're now proposed to be horizontal to Taylor's Pond instead of
Perpendicular. Correct.
perpendicular. That's the right word. Thank you very much.
Right.
How many? Let me just ask this: how many kayaks? Are there 3 kayaks that are normally stored in that area?
At the moment, there are 3 kayaks right on the right on the pond.
Okay. Okay. So the 2 racks each holds 2, so that will get all 3 up and out of the marsh and off the area.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. Questions?
Yes, Bob Rawls, I have the pictures that are shown in the application show a rack arrangement so that there's a kayak on top on a J-rack attached to the pole.
Yeah,
And then it
right.
looks like the kayaks on the bottom are strapped to the pole, but resting on the sand.
Well, originally, that's because the kayak racks were sort of successful there. Originally, the kayaks were on the racks and off the sand, but the beach grass grew into such a volume that the grade from the dune raised the grade up, and now the kayaks are just on the ground. Originally, they were at least 8 to 10 inches off the ground, but the beach grass and the building of the sand brought the grade up. That's what happened.
Right. Well, that's I guess the issue that I have is that if we want to protect the beach grass in the resource area, I believe we would need to have the kayaks off of the beach grass. So.
Right. So, I mean, what I'm saying is that when that was put in, that was off the beach grass. But where we're putting it in Taylor's Pond, of course, there isn't beach grass and there isn't a dune, and so the chances of that happening are slim. So the kayaks, anyway, the racks will be so that the kayak is definitely off the ground. And, I think the ground cover, whatever comes in at the toe of the bank, won't be really effective.
So
I mean, the plan is to have the rack up high enough so that the entire kayak is 8 to 10 inches on the lower rack off the
right.
grade.
Okay. Well, that's what I'm looking for. It's not stated as such in the application. So
No. But that's the intent there.
Well,
I mean,
okay.
I'm just saying that when the proposal, when that was originally put in, that was the way it was put in, and the ground cover came in to such a force that the grade came up around it because it was a dune. But that's not the case where we're putting it now. I mean, it's just a toe of a
So
bank.
if we were to state if we were to approve this and we were to put into orders conditions that all the kayaks would be off the ground by X number of inches,
Yeah,
then that would be
that'll be
okay with
fine.
you.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
No problem with
So
that.
this is
That's all I have.
a field change request, so there's no change to the order of conditions.
Right,
Oh,
but is
correct, correct.
there's space on the field change request form to just say that, to add a stipulation that no matter, whether the kayaks will be up and off the beach grass?
Yeah.
I can handwrite that in. There's no
Yeah,
form.
let's just do that, just because it's, okay. Ms. Earls, Mr. Barilli, hello, good morning. Welcome. Can you two please turn off your video cameras until we reach a point where you wish to address the commission to save bandwidth? Mr. Barilli walked away again. Okay, we'll try again when we get him back. Any other questions, comments?
Clark.
Yes, Tom, go ahead.
I noticed when I was out there that there was appeared to be I could refer to it as a trail or whatever smashed through the salt marsh. Obviously, people walking directly off the stairs and crushing the salt marsh as they go out towards the water. Is there any thought to repairing the damage that's been done to the salt marsh?
Well, Ed and when we originally put it in, we were just going to put the kayak racks and hope that that would mitigate a lot of the walking around there, because then the kayaks would be off where the Spartina is and growing and so forth on the margin of the pond. So that was the hope. Short of putting down some kind of a mat, I don't think that really. It probably doesn't get that much use, is my guess, down there. So we're hoping that that's sufficient for the walk.
I'm sorry, perhaps I wasn't clear. My concern was not that the kayaks were resting on marsh grass, the issues that Bob had raised just a moment ago.
Right.
I was looking at the salt marsh, where clearly somebody is hoofing through it and smashing it down in order to get to the water. And I was wondering if you were going to help to minimize that damage.
I'd have to take a look, because it's not something I've noticed. So I'd have to take a look myself.
From the photographs that Tom took, it looks clear that people have been using the same access route to get from the stairs to the pond to launch their kayaks.
Right.
And perhaps a word with them to alter that, so that they're not walking through the same area and creating a path that will destroy the grass.
I myself.
Walking through salt marsh requires a fair degree of care.
Yeah. Right.
Okay.
Make a note of that.
Yes, thank you. All right, anything else on? Is there a motion to approve the request for the field change with the stipulation that the kayaks will be off the grass and out of the salt marsh?
Yes, Bob Rawls moved to approve the field change request with the addition that we talked about lifting the kayaks off the sand.
Okay.
Kits, second.
All right, roll call vote to approve this request as we've changed it. Commissioner Rawls.
Aye.
Pitts.
Aye.
Delvecchio.
Aye.
Clark.
No, because the salt marsh isn't being repaired.
Okay. I'll vote aye. 4-1-0. All right. Next up, Joe Callie.
Thank you.
23 overrun, Mark and Jane Johnson, trustees, the Mark William Johnson 2010 Revocable Trust and the Jane Clayson Johnson 2010 Revocable Trust, SC 10-3217, field change request to install native plants and remove invasive plants in the resource area.
Okay.
Good morning.
Is Kyle going to, who's Jen or who's on? Oh, Jen and Kyle are both here. Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
Just for the benefit of the other commissioners, who, like me and all of us here, came to the commission after this long and complicated permitting exercise, and this is the end of the long and complicated permitting exercise, it looks like. To put this in context, I have seen all of the correspondence back and forth. I've seen the various changes that have been made. And I just want us to focus on the issues that are in front of us this morning. So this comes out of, excuse me a second, an order of conditions that was issued in 2018. And that order provided for roughly 3,000 square foot mitigation area. Do I have that right? I think I do, anyway. The order of conditions was not precisely drafted and has some difficult to deal with language, which I think has led to some of the confusion that has led up this morning. But it seems to me the intent was clear to replace the canopy trees that were lost as a result of the construction project. And it required, the order of conditions requires that the applicant have a consultation with the conservation agent on any changes that were proposed or made, and requires approval by the conservation agent to any changes to the landscape plan. So the landscape plan was originally approved in December of 2017. And Executive Landscaping, who has taken on the project of executing the landscape plan, has brought in Crawford Land Management to deal with a roughly 1,000 square foot area of invasives that are in the coastal bank and in the floodplain. Do I have all of that background roughly correct?
Yes, you do, Janet.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I'm not straying off here. So what's been proposed for that 1,000 square foot area is an invasive removal process accompanied by the planting of 12 native shrubs that are shown on the revised landscape plan, roughly 300 native grass plugs, and the area is to be seeded. There was some confusion about a proposal to plant eastern red cedars as a voluntary measure in a different area, not in this 1,000 square foot area. But because, okay, the 1,000 square foot area is the one shown on the site plan in front of us with in the blue or dark green shading. Because the order of conditions had approved the installation of, I think it was 27 eastern red cedars in different parts of the property, it specifically disapproved any additional eastern red cedars. So there was some confusion about wanting to plant them as a privacy screen partly in a different area. But that has been removed from the proposal. So we are looking only at this 1,000 square foot area that is invaded with bittersweet, removing the bittersweet, the information on the equipment and the access are on the revised plan. We are now just being asked to approve as a field change request this process for dealing with this 1,000 square foot area. Just so that I'm clear, can Kyle or Jen, can you confirm for me that all of the canopy trees that were required as mitigation by the order of conditions have all been planted already and are not part of this request? Is that correct?
This is Jen Crawford. Can you hear me okay, Janet?
Yep, I can.
Awesome, great. Actually, that is something that Kyle will have to address because Crawford Land Management was not involved with the project at that point in time, which is why I'm jumping in just to make sure that he has time to get unmuted. So he will be able to address that specifically, I think.
Okay.
Good morning, Janet. It's Kyle.
Kyle.
Yes, all the plants in that area outside of that 1,000 square feet that we've been talking about have been planted. I did meet Callie on site there prior to, and she gave me the authorization to plant that section. If there's stuff that needs monitoring and it needs to be replaced at some point, that'll be done. So if, again, as part of that overall monitoring, if stuff has not survived, it will be replaced. But as far as I'm concerned, that whole area has been planted.
Right. So this is the very end of the planting portion of the implementation of the order of conditions, right?
Correct.
going
And
forward, it will be
according
the
to the special conditions, I had to bring in a restoration management company that specializes in this work in order to do this last 1,000 square feet.
Yep, I saw that in there. That's what it required. So,
Okay.
okay, so what we're being asked to approve today is a field change request as a management of this 1,000 square foot area by the invasive removal as proposed and the planting of the 12 native shrubs and the 300 grass plugs. And with that, I'll open it to questions from the commission. Bob, Ross, do you have any questions on this?
Well, like you, I wasn't around when all this happened the first time, so I'm still a little confused. There appears to be some controversy over whether, so just to be sure I understand, the canopy, as far as the applicant is concerned, the canopy trees have all been planted and none were required to be planted in this 1,000 square foot area. Is that correct?
That has been my understanding.
I believe that's what Kyle just confirmed, that
Yeah.
they've all been planted and they're all outside of this area.
Okay.
Yeah. This is Jen Crawford. My understanding, the reason that we were brought in is because the hatched area that you see on the plan, I believe was originally slated just to be planted with American beach grass, but there hadn't been much provision in the original plan that was filed for this particular area that had more bittersweet in it. And I believe that it was brought up and somewhere in possibly the findings even that was going to need to be addressed, and that everybody had agreed, the applicants included, that area may be better suited planted with different species once the bittersweet was removed. And so that was the piece that the ecological consultant needed to be brought in to address, and so that's what we have done.
Okay, so ostensibly there's no remaining controversy, but I guess I was looking at the email chain between the agent and the applicant, and I think we'll want to hear from Callie on how she sees all this. But right now I have no questions.
Okay, thank you. Bob Delvecchio, any questions?
Yes, I have a couple. First of all, the access route, is that going to be repaired once the machinery has driven over that area?
Yes, of course. As I think I stated in some of the correspondence that you've read, this area is literally about 30 feet by 30 feet. It's very, very small. Likely that equipment will be in and out of there in one day. So it's not like this area is going to be, it's not like we're going to be here for 2 weeks driving back and forth and back and forth. So if there is, and we would map the area as well, but if there is any sort of damage to the lawn or the area, it would be seeded accordingly and taken care of. But again, this is going to be a very, very short project. The area is around 30 feet by 30 feet to get that 1,000 square. I mean, it's a little oblong, but to visualize it. So it's very, very small, isolated thing that we should be in and out of there in probably a day.
And also the long-term management of that area, is there going to be any?
As long as the order of conditions is valid and open, we would maintain that area just as we always do.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Joe, do you have any questions?
No, I think my questions have been answered. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Tom, any questions?
Yeah, I was just wondering about the area south of the trapezoid. Is that, I don't know if that's the right term for it. The blue area that's shown with the 12 trees on it, I assume. At least on the hard copy I got, it looked like there was going to be grass planted in the area immediately south of that spot that we've been describing, and I was curious if that had already happened or if that was to be part of the project.
That's a question for Kyle.
I'm not sure I follow exactly what you're asking me. I mean, the site delineates where we're going to have certain things in terms of, and Callie can speak to it, but in terms of any mitigation that needed to be done anywhere else, that's been done. In terms of that green or the blue shaded area, that would be what Crawford's going to be handling. And then that green.
Right.
Go ahead.
Okay. So go down on the diagram that's on display, and that area that's immediately south next to it's got that red arrow going across it in part. And I was just curious if that was if that had been planted already. I was just trying to get a sense of the site.
Tom, are you talking, so the area that's hatched in green is what's part of the field request? The white area here is?
No, the area that's hatched in green.
Yep.
Okay, so Kyle, can you speak to, are you doing, if Crawford Land Management is doing this blue area, then I presume you're doing the green hatched area on the plan? I think that's what Tom's asking about.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I was under the impression, Callie, that we weren't doing much in that area. There was going to be a little bit of work by Crawford. And Jen, I may be speaking out of place here, but when I met on site with Nick, there was some, minimal stuff in there, but we weren't going to be doing a whole lot in that green hatched area.
No, I don't believe so. The green hatched area is called out to be planted with American beach grass. And so if that has not been done, that will be done in order to satisfy the order of conditions.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
Well, I think that's sort of the point while we're here, is that the order of conditions isn't entirely clear. So I think now is the time for everybody to agree on what's going to be planted. I think we all agree that it's going to be American beach grass. And Jen, maybe I've missed something on your plan. I thought there was at one point a note speaking to this green hatched area to be planted with beach grass, and just some basic information about what will be planted there.
My understanding is that the concerning part that the ecological consultant needed to be brought in for was the area that had the bittersweet. So that's what we've done. The original plan shows that there will be American beach grass planted throughout the green hatched area. And so if that has not been completed yet, that will be completed in order to satisfy the order of conditions. But my understanding is that our piece that the commission wanted additional information on was regarding, specifically regarding the area where there was bittersweet and how that would be addressed. So regardless of the additional information that we've given you, the original plan that was approved with this order of conditions will be carried out and followed out to the fullest extent to make sure that we are fully in compliance. So that green area below the blue area is called out as American beach grass. So like I said, if it hasn't been planted, it will be.
Okay.
I guess I'm talking to the commission at this point. I think clarification, the order speaks to having an ecological restoration practitioner work on this entire trapezoidal area. So now's a chance to identify if the commission wants to clarify that at this point, or if it's not going to be clarified.
Is it not clarified that the blue area is the area that required the assistance of an ecological restoration specialist? The green area was simply to be planted as per the original order with beach grass? Well,
initially, a year and a half ago, when this came up, Executive Landscaping wanted to grade the area and plant beach grass. So it doesn't really speak to that, the grading in the area, the order. So again,
Callie, can I real quick? I don't recall saying grading. I think it was just on the practices in which we were going to plant the American beach grass, and I believe there was the reason why the original order had the language in there is at the time, I believe the board didn't find the American beach grass suitable for that area. And I think that was one of the main reasons that we went back and forth on this.
Well, this area had been back in when this order was, and again, I wasn't here, but has done extensive research on the file over the last year and a half as we've been trying to resolve this issue. This had been kind of a grassy area, kind of maintained as lawn. And so the commission had wanted this piece to go back to its naturalized state, which I would imagine is why they had wanted beach grass to be planted there. I did meet with a representative from your company on site who spoke to the fact that it would be graded and then planted with beach grass, which is then kind of what initiated all of this back and forth about this particular area. I really, I think it's the important thing here is that this is a resource area. It's not a buffer. It's this beautiful marsh area that flanks this particular trapezoidal area. I think the removal of the invasive species that they've outlined is nice. I think the planting that they're going to do is nice, but I think this green area, it's just, there should be some more information about the density, the spacing, when it will be planted with beach grass. I didn't see that on the plan. Forgive me if I've missed something. I also have, when we're ready, I also have some questions about the access.
So,
Well,
Callie,
I agree, Kat, I just want to support what among the other issues with this order of condition is the lack of specificity with which it was originally put together. And it simply says remove and replace lawn, plant with American beach grass, and that's it. But that has not been done, correct, Kyle? It has not been planted yet. The greenhouse.
That's correct. We basically, we in conversations with Callie on site, she gave me the authorization to plant basically the heavily planted area to the north, I guess.
The blue area, right.
And then I needed to bring in, again, a ecological company to manage this lower area. And it was to be discussed, basically what we're doing right now to identify exactly what everybody was okay with in this area.
Okay. Well, since this order has created the situation where we're going in fits and starts and bits and pieces here, it would be my suggestion today that we approve the what's been proposed for that 1,000 square foot blue hatched area, and that once that work is done and any before you start planting the green hatched area, that you would come back with the specificity that Callie has requested about how much beach grass, what the density is, how many plugs, as another.
Is there any way that we could just work that out now? I mean, it's very typical that when American beach grass is planted, it's planted bare root, 2 culms per hole at 12 inches on center. That's a very, very standard way to plant American beach grass. Could we agree that that is the density and spacing that would be used for that area so that we don't have to come back just to plant another 1,000 square feet?
Hey, Jen, is that on your plan?
No, but I can send you one in 20 minutes that has it.
Okay. I think that's the point. It needs to be on the plan. The lack of information on the plans has caused this situation. So if you could add.
Well, this was not an area that was ever requested that it have more specificity. Otherwise, I would have included it. And so this is new to me. So I would love to be able to just work out the details now and then submit a revised plan with those details on it so that we don't have to come back just for, planting some American beach grass. So if that would be amenable to the commission, that would be wonderful if we could do that, and I could just send a revised plan with that note.
I do respectfully disagree with Jen. I don't think it's important at this point, but yes, this entire area was discussed as part of what's required. Jen, we weren't present at that time during those discussions because Crawford wasn't contracted to do the work at the time. It's unfortunate that wasn't communicated to you. I think it's up to the commission at this point what you're willing to approve. I do have some concerns about the access, but I can reserve those for a later time.
Well, no, why don't you, let's bring that up now too. Let's put everything out there that we have issues with.
I mean, for the access actually through the resource area to remove the invasive plants, is it possible for you to mat this portion of the area where you're traversing with the heavy machinery, which is sort of what Commissioner Delvecchio's point was? Or is it possible for you to use Rover Run, that little access road there, and then cut a little bit closer here, just so you're not traversing the entire full length of the resource area for that?
All of those things are very possible. Like I said, the equipment will literally go down and then go back up. It's not like it's going to be traversing over this area repeatedly, and it will be very, very small tracked equipment that basically have less pounds per square inch than a human foot does. So I'm not really worried about compaction in this area, given the short duration of the project. Typically, we try to keep all of our construction access within the property lines, considering that Rover Run is actually off property. But if we are allowed to use that as access, that would be wonderful, because it would mean that if there is any damage to the lawn area, I don't need to repair it. So that would be fantastic if we can do that. Yes.
I mean, there's also other ways to access, so you're not going actually through the resource area itself. You could go along what is lawn now, or mat this area. I mean,
we're happy to mat it. It's not, like I said, this is such a short duration of a project that we will be in and out of there. We are happy to mat it. That is not a problem at all.
So that could be included on your plan revision as well?
Absolutely.
Janet?
That's it for me.
Okay, yes, Tom.
I'd like to, I agree with Ms. Crawford. I'd like to get the grass area planted, because as I understand it, it is on the face of a coastal bank, and so we need to take into account stability of all coastal banks as something that we need to protect, and I'm concerned that it's not being stabilized.
Right, and we're hard up against the outside deadline for the planting season for the grass.
Yeah, so I think it would be a good idea to go forward with it. Currently, that is, as opposed to in the future.
No. I'd rather than leaving that bank unplanted through another winter.
So I am more than happy, like I said, to, as soon as we are done with this call, to add those notes to the plan and to send it over. I will also get hard copies up to you. I just want to make sure that at this point, what I have on my list to add would be to mat the construction access area in its entirety, and then to plant the green area shown on the plan with bare root American beach grass at 2 culms per hole at 12 inches on center. Is that correct?
That's what I have, Callie. Tom, is that?
Yes. If that's standard planting procedure, yes.
And that's the entire green hatched area.
Correct.
Excellent.
Okay.
Yeah. And I will also run a quick calculation to specify how many American beach grass culms that area equals at that spacing, so you have that information as well.
And so the American beach grass will be planted in the entire hatched area, which includes the overlay of the blue area. I just want the specifics of this to be laid out, because I'd like to get this detailed today.
That's up to the commission. We've already specified in the blue area that it be seeded and that it have other native grass plugs in it. If you want American beach grass in there as well, we will do that too.
I'll defer to Callie if she thinks
me too. I don't.
It's useful.
Yeah.
I don't have an opinion.
Yeah, no, I think that I don't either. I think that
This is Bob Rawls. Why don't we let the specialist make a
let the
recommendation?
specialist do what she's proposed, and it's laid out in detail what's proposed for that area.
In my opinion, we've already accommodated for the area to be seeded as well as additional grass plugs to be put in, and so I don't think that it would need the American beach grass. The American beach grass planted in the green area will it'll colonize and spread rapidly and will end up in that area anyway.
Okay.
And so I think that you're more than covered with the specifications that I've given for the blue area. Okay. So I don't think it's necessary because it's going to spread in there anyway, but that's my opinion.
Okay.
Jen, can you just, since you're doing a plan revision anyways, can you just then remove that hatching from that blue area so that this is crystal clear going forward in the file, that area is going to get seeded and what's planted there?
No beach grass. Sure.
Right.
Okay.
Yep, absolutely. Not a problem.
Okay. Then do we have a motion to approve this field change request
Bob
as we
Rawls.
have amended it?
Yes, move to approve the field change request as we have discussed.
Kitts, second.
Roll call vote to approve the field change request. Commissioner Rawls,
Aye.
Pitts,
Aye.
Delvecchio,
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
I vote aye. So unanimously approved. Thank you.
Thank you all for your
Congressman. Thank you.
flexibility.
Look forward to getting that
Yeah, we
and
really
resolving this
yeah.
and after all these years.
Okay,
Yeah, no,
90
thank you all for your
honeysuckle,
flexibility.
Thank you. Go ahead, Callie.
90 Honeysuckle Lane, sorry, 90 Honeysuckle Lane, Eric and Gina Ogier, SC 10-3391, phase two of the amendment request, proposed request to amend an existing order of conditions under SC 10-3391 to include deck extension at 90 Honeysuckle Lane, Assessor's Map 13B, Parcel 17.
Good morning, David Clark on the line.
Good morning, David.
I trust you've received the revised narrative and variance request and the site plan.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel a very simple request. The contractor that the Augiers have selected has stated to them that in order to execute the new addition, a substantial amount of structural work has to go on, and so the existing deck has to come off. So while they're at it, they might as well, they're asking the commission if they can extend it, a cantilever extension, an additional 5 feet out in that stretch to recoup some of the deck that they lost in the conversion of the deck to screen porch. No posts are required. Again, it's all cantilevered. No alteration of the ground is required. That's why we didn't provide a mitigation plan, because we feel that there's no alteration to the resource area, so no mitigation's required.
Okay.
But they're still going forward with the mitigation that's for the rest of the project.
Okay. So this is it's just a 5-foot extension of the existing cantilever deck. It's 8 feet above the ground. Does any vegetation need to be removed to accommodate this extension?
No.
And do the beams that currently support the existing deck, how do they get extended an additional 5 feet? Do they have to be replaced and longer beams installed? How does
basically
that work?
Yeah, that's the conclusion the contractor made is that you have to go back into the house to redo all those beams because of the extended cantilever. So basically you need about the rule of thumb is 2/3 of the beam has to be within the house for that 1/3 cantilever. So there's a lot of structural work that has to be done on the inside of the house. And that's why they came up with the ideas like, since you got to do all this work, let's ask for this.
Yeah, it's a lot of work for a screen porch, but that's okay. So the existing beams have to be pulled out of the house?
They have to be removed and replaced. Yeah.
Okay. And where that happened, is this all, I mean, the limit of work line is underneath the existing deck. So all of the equipment and all of the work that's needed to accomplish this all happens
within the footprint of the house. Yeah. Inside the house. Yeah. It's a tremendous undertaking just to avoid these posts to hold up the addition and the deck.
Yeah. I'd almost want to come and put up my chair and watch this process.
Part of the problem, this was a prefab house, so it came in on a trailer, so really didn't know what was in there for structure till they started the project.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going to stick with that limit of work and where you've shown it on the plan, and nothing's being removed and nothing's being disturbed. And okay, let me open up to questions from the commission. Bob, anything?
Yeah, just there on the plan. It's just as often as the case with these amendments, it's difficult to figure out on the site plan, for example, what is new and what is old. But there's a Coltec units underneath the addition, Is that new or is that already?
That was stormwater mitigation for the porch addition. So that was part of the previous application.
Okay, previously approved. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's all I had.
Yeah, it does get hard when we are working on plans on top that are evolving over time. Okay, Bob Del Vecchio?
I just had a question about the extension and would it limit any light or rainfall, David?
It wouldn't limit any rainfall. It might shade the ground cover in that area for a portion of the day. It would be happy to have a condition that get monitored, and if it's required, we could swap out the vegetation that's a little more shade tolerant. But I don't foresee it being a problem because it's only 5 feet.
Okay, maybe we could add that condition then.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Joe, anything?
Nope, that did it for me.
Okay, Tom, any questions?
Yeah, the only, normally this is a no-brainer, but what caught my eye was special condition 15, which is weird. I've never seen one like this before, but that may reflect my limited experience. But it says no further alteration that would involve expansion of the dwelling or hardscape, including yada, 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 shall be permitted. So, I mean, it's kind of, I was wondering if anybody had any idea why they would insert a condition like that. It seemed to me like the only rational reason for doing something like that was there was a trade-off of some sort between where the project was going and the surrounding areas. But it's just, and I noticed it's also fairly close to a stream. So there's obviously aura issues. But I was just curious why something like that would be inserted, if anybody had any idea.
So, Tom, I think the thing is about this particular project, though, is that it's a cantilevered system. So there is no actual alteration to that area. Is that correct, David?
Yes. That's why they're going through the tremendous expense of cantilevering it, because of the initial restriction of no increase in the project. If you include this amendment, this is the 4th time this has been before the commission. The first time was when the house was built 10 plus years ago, I think. The second the second time the commission saw this, I was not involved, but it was when the patio was built on the west side of the house. And there was a lot of opposition from the neighbors at that time about the patio. And that's when that special condition was applied, that after the patio, there'd be no more increase on the property. When we came back to the commission earlier this year for the porch addition, that was a major stumbling point in getting this project approved. And knowing that it was going to be a problem, that's why the porch addition was always proposed as a cantilever. And so that condition still is in the order. We feel we meet the spirit of that condition and that there's no alteration of the ground.
Okay, thank you, David.
You're welcome.
Callie, do you have anything?
No, I don't have anything.
All right, I think then we're ready to schedule this to go to the work session on December 2nd. Is there a motion to continue to December 2nd?
Bob Rawls moved to continue to December 2nd work session.
Kitts, second.
Roll call vote to continue this to December 2nd work session. Commissioner Rawls.
Aye.
Kitts.
Aye.
Del Vecchio.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
I vote aye as well. we'll take that to the work session for the order of conditions, the amended. Okay. Let me move my thing over here. Mr. Norjo, is that am I mispronouncing your name? Apologies if I am, who just joined us. If you could kindly switch off your video camera to preserve our deteriorating internet connection, because mine's starting to freeze up a little bit. We'd appreciate that. And while you do that, Callie, we can move on to the next one.
Okay, 110 Old Salt Works, Goodrich Chatham Realty Trust, SC 103263, Phase 2 of the amendment process. Request to amend existing order of conditions under SC 103263 to include proposed relocation of generator, installation of flood-proof enclosures, replacement of installation of new fences, redesign front gate, revision to driveway configuration and installation of mitigation at 110 Old Salt Works Road, Assessors Map 13M, Parcel C25. I do want to make one quick note here that we had an abutter for this project visit the town offices today, thinking that this hearing was an in-person hearing based on the abutter notification that she received from Coastal Engineering. So this was going on within the first 15 minutes of this hearing. So I think, Janet, it's important to ask if there's any abutters on the call. We also may need to reach out to this individual privately to make sure that their voice is heard.
Okay. Well, first of all, let's start with the easy question. Is there any abutter to this property who is on the call today who wishes to speak? Can you identify yourself, please, madam?
Victoria and Bradford Spencer.
Okay. Thank you. We'll come back to you after we've had our initial discussion.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So who is presenting on behalf of this project?
Madam Chair, Mike Ford and Sean Riley are both here.
Okay.
In light of the chair's comment to try and keep it to 3 minutes, in light of the fact that we've been through phase 1 and now you need the details in phase 2, I'm going to simply go quickly to Sean and have him present the changes on the site plan, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay. Callie, is it possible for me to share my screen?
Sure.
All right. Does everybody see my screen?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. I think it's just easier if I run through what the existing approved plan is, and then we can quickly run through the changes.
Sean, real quick, can you just minimize that?
Oh yeah.
So it's a little bit bigger for our cameras.
Sure. Let me see if I can go to.
Hit the arrow to get rid of the side
Yep, gotcha.
file.
Let me jump back real quick.
There you go. Yep. There you go. Perfect.
All right. So let me jump back to the existing. So the previously approved, let me close this again. Previously approved plan showed a proposed fence around the perimeter shown in red here. There's a portion of the existing driveway that encroaches into the 0 to 50 foot buffer, and the existing generator falls within the 0 to 50 foot buffer and also within the velocity zone. This is the velocity zone line here. For anybody that got out to the site, there's a dune that directly abuts the existing fence that we're proposing to replace. And the 50 foot and 100 foot buffers are shown off of that dune line. So that is the existing condition, or existing approved condition. The proposed changes involve relocating the generator that was to be elevated some 9 feet off the ground as required within the velocity zone up on piers or piles to outside of the velocity zone and outside of the no disturb zone in this location here. The second part of that proposal is to, rather than elevate the generator and the mechanical units shown in this area, some 5 to 6 feet above the ground on platforms, to provide flood-resistant enclosures for them so they are down at grade. Those enclosures, for anybody that went out to the site, would be very similar in appearance to what this elevated septic system looks like. So it's essentially just an enclosure of a concrete wall that is flood-proofed to prevent any stormwater from impacting either the generator or the mechanical units. The next part of the proposal is to modify the shape of the driveway, which results in a reduction of coverage within the 0 to 50-foot buffer, with a slight increase within the 50 to 100-foot buffer. For that increase, or the difference in increase, we are providing a significant amount of lawn removal and replacement with native vegetation, which would be allowed to naturalize. And the third aspect of the proposal and the amendment would be to relocate the proposed gate, which was approved within the 50 to 100-foot buffer, outside of the 100-foot buffer to closer to the street in this location here, and to extend the fence along this line. As part of the mitigation, right now, the approval for this replacement of fence doesn't have any specific limitations on the fence material type or elevation above ground of that fence. The last time we were in, when we sought the original approval, the homeowner has several large dogs that she wants to contain within this area, understanding that the commission has a policy of elevating fences within this area. She has conceded to mitigation in the form of providing 6-inch vertical gaps between the slats of the fence, which actually results in a much more significant opening area for both floodwaters and for wildlife movement immediately adjacent to the dunal area. So right now, if you went out there, you can see the fence goes right to the ground in this area. What we're proposing is to replace that with a fence that would have 6-inch gaps between the slats of the vertical picket fence in place, or in lieu of elevating that 6 inches. If you elevate the fence 6 inches above the ground, you get approximately 6 to 8 square feet of opening per 8-foot section of fence. In this scenario, you would get over 12 feet of square footage of area for both floodwaters and for wildlife to traverse. So just in summary, the benefits of this project within the 0 to 50-foot buffer is a reduction of coverage within no disturb zone, access to the wildlife corridor, providing the 6-inch gaps that don't currently exist, removal of the generator from the no disturb zone and velocity zone, and also removal of lawn and installation of 557 square feet of mitigation plantings. With that, I will open it up to any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, this is Mike Ford. Could I just make one comment before you ask questions?
Yep.
We haven't had a chance to have any dialogue with the Spencers, who are the abutters, but I did want to point out that the HVAC systems that are along the common boundary line between the two lots, the compressors, if this is approved, will not be raised up 5 feet in the air, but will stay at ground level, but be flood-proof. And so I just wanted them to be aware of that in case they were concerned about what was happening in terms of those units.
So there would be, you wouldn't be able to see them on the other side of that stockade fence.
Right.
Okay, got it. Okay, now let me ask commissioners if they have questions. Bob?
Well, yeah, I guess that the project, actually, Janet, do you want to have the abutter talk before we do?
Yeah, let's actually, that's a good idea, and we can address everything through our questions. So Ms. Spencer. Hang on, let me see if she's muted. You are muted.
Sorry.
There you
All
go.
right, I'm sorry.
That's okay, you're good.
So this project has had significant impact on us. I'm not sure if you all know the history of the construction and what's happened to us during the construction process. But when they had the steel beams up, they were using a spray industrial coating to coat all the beams. And even though a couple of times we made phone calls to people that it didn't seem to be logical, because we called like all the different places in town because they were, spraying in a very windy area. And, a few days after that call, the industrial coating, it was a windy day and it went all over our property. It went over 4 of our cars, and it's a commercial grade industrial coating. It went all over the beach. It went all over everything in the area. We couldn't drive our cars for a while because they were covered in this paint. Our outdoor kitchen still has paint spots on it. The property now blocks a significant portion of our view. I can't even tell you how significant. Plus, we've undergone construction with construction workers like swearing and screaming at the top of their lungs right near our property. We've also had we've had the impact also of them doing construction they basically stopped construction during the winter and have undergone major construction during both summers. And the property looks right out on our pool and our pool deck. And literally it's feet away. Like when anyone's sitting at the pool, you could have like a whispering conversation with the construction workers. It's so close to us. And as it sits right now, there's no buffer between the two properties. Anyone walking into their front door can look over at our outdoor shower and our entire pool area. There's no buffer, no privacy between the building where this house was moved from kind of the back corner to right next to our property. And closer to the ocean. The screen porch is really close to the dunes and totally blocks our view to the side. And the fence is so low now because we had to elevate our pool. Their property is now really high up. There's no privacy between the two properties. So we don't feel like a fence really does anything between the two properties. And, this all happened after we had finished all our landscaping. Otherwise, we would have put trees between the two properties, but everything in our house is all approved. I've talked to the owner and asked her very nicely if when they were doing the plan, if there was any way to add some privacy between the two properties, because they do look right into our property. And it has been such a major problem, this house, to our life. And she basically told me that I could talk to her people.
Okay. Mr. Ford, Mr. Sean, do you you'd care to respond?
This is Mike Ford. I'd be happy to. This is the first that I have heard of any of these issues. To the extent the neighbors have gone through this, my apologies. I was unaware of that, and I was unaware of any request for screening. That said, I'm not sure that any of the issues that they've raised are material to the questions before the commission on the amendment. Again, that said, that we have a landscape plan that will be coming back to the commission at some point, and I certainly will take the information that I've heard from Mrs. Spencer today and provide it to the owner And maybe there is some way in the course of preparing that landscape plan that we can look at the issue of screening, which is so important to them, given the visual impacts that they're indicating are taking place on their property. So I will pass that on, Madam Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Bob, back to you then with any questions, given that.
Right, given that. The improvements from the amendment seem to be desirable, but I am stuck a bit on the fence part. The 6 inches between the slats, I guess will keep big dogs inside, but it won't necessarily, I think, allow larger animals to cross the property. I'm not sure that a raccoon or a fox or a turkey or even a coyote can traverse, whereas if it were the originally approved 4 to 6 inches underneath, I think that guideline is there because animals are believed to be able to get under them and go across. Of course, I guess with the dogs inside the fence, they're not going to go in there anyway. But anyway, the two, I just wanted some clarity on the fence that's being talked about was previously approved. This application predates us all, I think. But the only difference here is the fact that you, instead of raising it off the ground, you want wider slats. Is that generally true? There's also the issue of the taller fence, I think some of which is outside the outside the 100-foot line.
If I may, Madam Chair, Mike Ward, there was no requirement to provide a 4 to 6 inch opening on the replaced fence. The existing order of conditions simply says that the fence will be replaced. So we're trying to get some clarity on it. We understand the commission's objective with the wildlife corridor, and we're trying to balance that between the dogs and structure. So
sitting on the dune.
It's a little odd. I'm sorry. It's a little odd that the previous commission would have approved that fence, and for that matter, that we can't go back and revisit the overall conditions of the previously approved plan. There's a lot going on in the NDZ there, which is a little strange to my eyes. But nevertheless, the fact that the original order didn't have any conditions on the fence is also odd.
Yeah,
so it puts us in a unfortunate position.
Yeah, and we're trying to bring some clarity to that. The issue of dogs was raised the last time out, and that may have been the reason, although I don't want to suggest that there's anything in the order that documents that they did not require the the 4 to 6 inch opening, Mr. Rawl, but I'm not sure.
Can I ask a clarifying question about the fence?
Yep.
So I can't drive the screen, but I can point to the colors. It's my understanding that the yellow that's on the screen now was existing fence from the previous property, and that the green that is shown kind of near the driveway and then up towards the new relocated generator is new fence. And so that sort of creates this property line fence around the entire site. So I guess isn't that the difference in this proposal, is that this sort of green segment completes the fencing around the property. Is that correct?
It does, and that green section, you're right, Callie, you're reading it correctly. This is Mike Ford, Madam Chair. And the green section is actually outside the buffer zone, still within the jurisdiction of the commission, I believe, because it's in the floodplain. But that's actually outside the buffer zone area, and as is the new gate. That's now outside the buffer zone.
Just to follow up on that, Sean, can you go back? Can you show us the original? You had the site plan.
Sure.
It was showing the original location of the gate and the fence.
Sure. So this is the red line is the original location of the approved fenced in property. The gate, you can see the proposed gate is.
Oh, we don't see that, Sean. Sorry.
Oh, am I not? Hold on one second. Let me see if I can.
Bring it back up, Sean.
Yeah. It appears that I'm sharing. So you're not seeing my screen?
No. You may have to hit the square with the arrow through it again.
Yeah, let me try to open it
Refresh
back up.
it.
1 second.
Yeah, if you just
There we go.
reshare.
Hold on 1 second. Yep. Should be seeing it now.
Okay, it's coming. Just click on the.
Click on the thing you want to share.
Yep, it says I'm sharing.
You are. It's proposal.
All right.
And Callie's gonna. She was gonna help you. But
Jen-
where I was going with that clarification question, maybe you don't need it, is that under the approved plan with the gate further back from the road, did it still create an entire property enclosure in the form of the fence and the gate combined?
Yes. So can you see my screen now?
There we go. That's it.
So this is what was approved. So the original, and the reason why that we had long debates, probably a couple of hearings worth, the original fence, this is the, if you take a closer look, you can see the underlying existing house here.
Mm-hmm.
And the existing house extended all the way around. The existing fence went from the corner of the house down along the property line, over along the dune, up the side, and then wrapped back into the corner of the house on this side.
Got it.
The approved plan showed extending that from this point across the gate, and then tying in essentially to the neighboring fence, which the neighboring fence extends from about here down the property line, down this end of the property line. So the extension was essentially from this point here, tying in with the existing fence for the neighbor, and essentially just carrying it from this point over to this point was the new section of fence. So what we're proposing is to carry it from this point to the gate that would be outside of the 100 and actually tying into the existing fence here, coming across, and then tying in over here with the new fence. And given that we didn't have any conditions, we tried to work with the homeowner to try to give up something. She's afraid that the dogs will get out. She had the same concern before, and we're able to get her to concede to add 6-inch vertical slats, which if they're going to get under any of the raccoons or foxes or coyotes are going to get under the fence at 6 inches, they should be able to get through that gap of 6 inches between the slats vertically. So we were able to get her to concede along the dune area to provide the slats within that area to accommodate the additional length of fence within this area.
Okay. All right, thank you for that. Does that clarify for you, Callie?
Yeah, I think there's just more. Sorry, Mrs. Spencer, I have to mute you because there's a lot of feedback. So I guess there's more linear feet of fence in this proposal because of that expansion from that red area on that previous plan to the green area shown. So
Correct. But most of that expansion of the fence is across the driveway and on the north side because it's tying into an existing fence on the south side.
Right.
Correct.
But I think notably, Madam Chair, Mike Ford, you're right, there is more fence, as Callie observed, but it's outside the buffer zone.
But inside a resource area floodplain.
It's in the floodplain, you're correct, Kelly.
Okay. All right. Where were we, Bob? You led this off by asking him.
Yeah. Right.
Come back to
you. I ended with saying we're sort of between a rock and a hard place here with the previously approved plan. I guess if I had been on, I hope I wasn't on the commission at that time, I would have had serious issue with having that fence where it is at all, whether it's 6 inches apart from the slats or 6 inches from the ground to the bottom of the fence. So we're sort of constrained the fact that the commission approved that. So the only thing before us is whether or not 6-inch slats horizontally or allow animals to traverse. As I already said, with the multiple large dogs in there, they're probably not going to be getting anywhere near the place to begin with. But we have to be careful about setting precedents in this sort of thing.
Yep.
And I think that when you have a gap beneath the fence, animals by and large are better able to get under the fence rather than go between slats. But obviously, the bigger the animal, the bigger the problem. So I don't know.
Sorry, can I add something? Just living here, there is actually a fox den located right near that kind of where you see a little tree outside of the fence. There's a whole family of foxes that lives in that area. So there is very active wildlife in this area.
Okay, it's good to know, and I would assume there would be.
Yeah. Okay.
So I don't know. I'm just going to be thinking about this. I think I'll exceed my time here.
Okay.
Let somebody else say something.
Yep. Bob Del Vecchio, you're up. What do you want to know about?
Yeah, I mean the dune actually goes right to the fence itself. On the south side and the west side, I believe. I'm not sure about the east side. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
The west side, I'm not sure about. So I don't know how wildlife could go under the fence if we created a 4 to 6 inch gap underneath the fence, because the dune is right there.
It is.
If the fence is going to be replaced, what about the vegetation? There's a lot of bayberry and so forth. Will that be pruned or anything like that, or is it just going to be left in place?
Yeah, the fence would go back in the same location, so it really just there wouldn't be any encroachment into any of the vegetation.
It would be left in place.
And I had a question about the platforms for the generators, the new platforms. So the flood vents will be through the concrete?
No, there actually are no flood vents. It's an open air enclosure, and it's to prevent any water from floodwaters entering the generator, so that the generator can be maintained at a lower elevation.
Okay.
So there are no flood vents required to be within that containment area.
Okay, and the pad, the concrete pad is flush with the ground
Correct.
level?
Correct.
Okay. All right. I think it's a good thing that you're adding native plants and eliminating some of the lawn area. I think that's a good thing. And I think in the future we'll have to revisit the screening with the landscape plan. That's an essential item right there. But considering you want to contain the dogs and you want wildlife to kind of pass, it's kind of like a compromise. So, I mean, I'd have to go with the 6 inch, the gaps, vertical gaps. And that's where I have it right now.
Okay, thank you. Joe, anything?
So we were talking about there's going to be a wall around the mechanicals. Can you tell us a little bit about that wall?
Sure. It's a concrete wall that would be elevated to the level of the flood zone, to the design flood elevation of the flood zone, which is elevation 11. And again, it would look, if anybody had a chance to get out there to the site and see the existing raised septic system, it's along the same basis. Basically, with the raised system, you're containing the effluent within those walls, and within this enclosure, you're preventing flood water from coming into those walls. So it's on the same idea.
Okay, good. Thank you.
I have a question. If
Okay, Ms. Spencer, please hold until the commissioners have finished asking their questions. Let me just clarify that, Sean. So even though the enclosure for the HVAC units will be flush to the ground, how high will it be?
So
If it's 13, so elevation 13 is the top of the.
so the
enclosure?
top of this one would be elevation 12, and the ground in this location appears to be around elevation 6.5, 7. So
Mhm.
about 5 feet on this one,
Okay.
and about 6 feet on the other one.
But still below the 6-foot high stockade.
Correct.
Okay, I just want to check that. Joe, do you have anything else about that?
No, that answers it. Thank you.
Okay, Tom?
The only problem I have is I don't like the idea of setting a precedent on the how the fence is constructed. And
Well-
if I had my druthers, which, I mean, this is an amendment, so we're stuck with what the commission did before. But
Right.
the other thing I would, if in an ideal world, I'd have some kind of vegetative strip along the fence line because it is up against a dune. And again, just wanting to prevent runoff going down into the area.
So do I understand, Sean and Mike, that you're anticipating coming back to the commission with a revised landscape plan?
Yes, that's correct, Madam Chair.
It's one of the conditions of the existing order that we come back with a final landscape plan prior to any planting of the vegetation. It's already a condition.
Yeah.
It's already what? Sorry? Do we have
It's
it?
a condition of the original order
That's an
condition.
unusual way of doing it, but that gives us an opportunity then, Tom, to dig into, as it were, the proposals for the landscape plan. We will have an opportunity to review that and make recommendations.
Yeah, no, that's great.
So hang on to those suggestions. We'll be looking at them in due course. Callie, do you have questions?
I guess I have some concerns about the expansion of the fence in terms of its linear feet. I think the 6-inch slats, the vertical slats between the fences, between the fence pickets, I can see how that would be a comparable measure for the 6 inches on the bottom. I think as far as coyote and foxes and larger animals, it's really the height of the fence, not necessarily. I mean, they can't really get through 4 inches of space.
Right.
But having a property line fence all the way around, then that really it does, in my opinion, prohibit wildlife movement through that area. Mm-hmm. Now, it is a bit larger area that's been encompassed in what's shown on the screen right now with that green area, with that green lines versus what Sean showed before. So I do understand that the commission did approve a fence to encircle the property previously. It's just this is a larger area. This is in the floodplain, and this isn't just any sort of floodplain. It has a velocity component to it. It's not the property doesn't have a huge, where the development is, only a small piece of that is in the V zone. But fences in flood zones aren't the greatest as far as collateral damage and damage to structure. Those are the things that are being tossed around.
Okay, thank you. I'm on the same page in terms of a lot of my concerns about fencing in general, particularly in a velocity zone and the likelihood of collateral damage. But the commission approved a property fence to encircle this property, part stockade, part picket. The expansion part doesn't bother me so much. It's outside of the buffer zone, although it is in the flood zone. It's on the far side the flood zone from the more vulnerable parts. And Bob Delvecchio made me think of I was going back and forth on the fence, so to speak, about the slats and whether, as Bob Rawls pointed out, animals are known to have the capacity to flatten themselves against the ground to get under 4 to 6 inches, and less capacity to shrink themselves down vertically to get through those slats. Nonetheless, I think a lot of them can make it. But the point that Bob Delvecchio brought up about the fence being flush up against the dune is worth considering, because, as we know, dunes have the tendency to move landward. And if there were a 6-inch gap below that picket fence on the dune side, I question how long that gap would ever exist before the dune would fill it up. And maybe we are better off having the vertical 6-inch for the movement of wildlife. And I took note of the fact that a vertical 6-inch gap allows for a freer movement of flood water. In the event that there is a flood, it will be helpful to allow the flood water to get through there. So I think those are useful points. Now back to Ms. Spencer. You had something you wanted to add.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I guess, well, I have something and then my husband wants to ask a question. I guess my concern is because we're elevated and the property next to us is also elevated, the only way to really buffer between the two properties is with trees or some type of large planting. And I'm concerned that with the air conditioning unit where it is, it doesn't really allow a lot of planting around it with larger trees that are going to be needed for the height, because that is so close to us and there's not a lot of space between that platform and the house. I just am not sure how there's going to be landscaping allowed because it makes it really tight.
Mm-hmm. Okay. We hear you, and as we've all acknowledged, they'll be coming back with a landscape plan, at which point I'm sure they're taking notes on all of these issues that you're raising, to see what can be done to address those concerns while they're putting together the landscape proposal. And Mr. Spencer, you had a question?
Yeah, this is Brad Spencer. We've always been perplexed, and this is a great opportunity to get a little bit of feedback. How in God's name could the proposed screened porch, which destroys our view, that would be an understatement, destroys our view, how can it be that that is legal and not within some type of a non-touch zone? I mean, that structure is so close to the beach, it's just hard to even believe.
Janet, can I interject here for a second?
Yeah.
So I'm just pulling up the Conservation Commission reviews from the Central Permitting Coordinator, Sarah Clark.
Yeah.
A modification of the existing special permit from the zoning board will be required for the proposed changes. The applicant has yet to file with the board. Some of the issues I think that the abutter is bringing up, Mr. and Mrs. Spencer, I think are also relevant to whatever goes forward with the zoning board.
Does Sarah indicate elements of this are going to require the ZBA?
Madam Chair, this is Mike Ford.
Yes, Mr. Ford. I guess.
I have been in touch with the building commissioner and Sarah Clark, and the issues that trigger a modification are the setback of the new generator from the boundary line and additional fencing in the conservancy district.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't want Callie's comment in response to Mr. Spencer's observation to suggest that the porch that exists is going to be before the Zoning Board of Appeals. It's a fairly limited review,
Mm-hmm.
and we need to file. We were just wanted to get through conservation and your input as to where you might be heading before we file. But there will be a hearing before the Board of Appeals on that aspect and those two minor issues, and the Spencers will get notice for that.
Mm-hmm. So, thank you, Mr. Ford. Mr. Spencer, in answer to your question, We find ourselves perplexed by a number of the approved aspects of this plan. None of us were on the commission at the time. The fence, the screen porch. It was approved by the Conservation Commission. It was approved by the zoning board to the extent it needed zoning approval. You'd have to go back and look at the records and look at the tapes to see what happened at those hearings to understand why. Because the record that I have in front of me, which is only the application for the amendment, don't speak to that. So I wish I could answer.
Well, I'd like to. What is the non-touch zone? When we built our house,
disturb zone, and so you see on that plan, 50 feet back from a resource area.
Yeah.
It's called the no disturb zone.
Exactly. Now, so this is ridiculous.
But Mr. Spencer, it's full of qualifications and exceptions, and among them are buildings that existed in that area that are demolished and rebuilt, more or less in place. It's not formally exempt, but they are generally permitted to be rebuilt where they were. Many properties in Chatham are dominated by buffer zones and no disturb zones. And so even though it's called that, there are some very specific regulations that dictate what you can and cannot do in a no disturb zone, despite its name. The commission often allows some development in no disturb zones when there's no feasible alternative and under a lot of different circumstances. So it's a complicated area. It's one of the things that this commission is hopeful to try to bring some clarity to. But at the moment, this was permitted with all of this development within the no disturb zone. So
not what we were told when we built our house only a few years ago. We were told you could do nothing within that first 50 feet. We were told 100 times. We were told to stop asking.
No, well, we actually were in that. We had an existing. There was nothing in their existing home did not have any building there where it is now, and we had a view that way. But our property was actually in the do not touch zone, and we moved it back to get away from being close to the dunes.
Yeah, well, again, you'd have to go back and look. I look at the underlying pre-existing structure, which indeed went through the no disturb zone as the new one does. So I wish this were clearer, but it's not. So back to Mr. Ford. So what is your plan for filing with ZBA?
We will be filing the plan that is before you.
And you haven't done that. When do you think you're going to be doing that?
That will be tomorrow.
Okay. Okay. Are there any other questions from commissioners before we're going to continue this? When do you think that hearing will take place?
I don't know as yet.
Okay. I'm inclined to give it enough time to go through that process. The question is whether this commission will want to see it. If there are, after any changes are made, we'll be waiting to see what the ZBA says about the fence in the Conservancy District. And my recommendation is that we just hold where we are right now and let that process go forward and see how it comes out and resolves, and then move forward with whatever the final proposal looks like at that point.
Well, as you know, Madam Chair, the ZBA requires a recommendation from the Conservation Commission to forward. So,
well, EA has lately accepted letters from the Conservation Commission that say no more than the matter has been continued.
So is there any further guidance you can give us as to the plan that we've put before you from your jurisdiction standpoint?
Fair question. Let me poll the commissioners and say, is there anything that you want to add or remove from this plan in order to make it approvable with conditions? Bob?
Well, I'm troubled by the whole thing. So I will ask, was it ever considered to have something along the lines of an electric dog fence? In other words, not a physical fence, but something that would keep the dogs contained without having a fence that could be in a velocity zone and impede animal traffic. Is that a possibility? Is that feasible?
An electric fence was
Not
not
electric
something.
fence. What I referred to as an invisible fence. In other words,
Invisible fence.
yeah, that's what I'm trying to say.
Right, with the collars, and that is not something that the property owner wanted to pursue.
Well, sure, but would it do the job? I guess is the question.
Well, that depends if you want to subject your animals to the electric shock collars. So that's a whole nother issue.
Right.
And that was not a direction that this property owner wanted to go in.
Okay. So, I mean, as far as the strict letter of this amendment, I think it's something that I could very reluctantly approve, but it'd be very reluctantly.
Okay. Joe?
I think most of my issues really relate to what the restoration planting plan is going to look like. I mean, Tom brought up an excellent point about plantings along the dune. We know the neighbors would like to have some sort of like screen planting. I can't imagine that the homeowners don't want some kind of planting around a 5 or 6 foot wall that is going to be on the northern side of their property. So I'd like to see a more robust restoration plan, planting plan before I can come to a complete decision.
Unfortunately, this is being done in a different order. So this amendment is what it is. And we will not be receiving a proposal for the landscape plan until, well, some point further down the process.
But roughly when?
Do you guys know about when you might be ready to move forward with that?
My understanding is that they are working on that now, and to a certain degree, how this came out will affect the type of screening and planting that we were going to bring before you, Madam Chair. It all made sense to sequence it in that fashion.
Yeah.
Okay, then with reluctance.
Okay. Bob Delvecchio? Anything?
I agree with the previous Bob and Joe. You know, I mean, with what we have here, I'd be in favor of it right now.
Okay. Tom?
I agree with Joe, except that I would be a no vote. And I don't see why we couldn't amend the order to require that the planting plan or landscaping plan be brought forward sooner rather than later. It seems to me to be that the two go hand in hand with the issues that have been raised. And the idea of, you know, rolling the dice on what's going to show up in the landscaping plan when we have so many issues about what's actually scheduled to be built is, to me, makes no sense. So that's where I am.
Okay. I agree. It's unfortunate the way that the order is making us make these decisions before we've seen what the landscape proposal looks like. But nonetheless,
may I speak through the chair?
Yes.
So the plan right now is approved with lawn area throughout the site and the existing vegetation. The reason why the vegetation planting plan was written in the way that the conditions were is that it was undecided as to what type of plants they were looking to plant throughout the yard and within the buffer zones. So it required approval for us to come before the commission to plant anything. We're not required to come in with a mitigation planting plan for any of the work that is proposed. Through the order, we could maintain and leave the existing lawn areas throughout the property. So I just wanted to make that clear, that this isn't a restoration or a mitigation planting plan that we're coming back with. It's if the optional planting of any vegetation is to take place on the property that we need further approval from the commission. So I just want to make that point clear.
Okay, so no mitigation was required by the original order.
That's correct.
Boy.
It was a reduction of coverage in the 0 to 50 foot buffer, and the house actually moved back further from the resource area.
Yeah. Okay, understood.
So does that mean that they could just not plant any buffer and everything is okay?
Ms. Spencer, I want you to hold, please, because we're still polling the commission to give the applicant an idea of where we are as they go forward with the zoning board. I'll just say that planting for screening with neighbors and for privacy is something that is outside of our authority. We can suggest it, and we do, but it's not designed to protect the resource area. So it's not something that we can require. And as you just heard, this plan was approved without any specific requirement to plant mitigation because the house was moved further back out of the no disturb zone than the previous house that existed. So as we often do in these situations, we encourage the applicants to work with their neighbors and to come up with a plan that everybody is satisfied with, that meets everybody's interests. But all we can do is do our best to protect the resource areas, which is what we're entirely focused on right now. And I think I've made my point clear that I'd be willing to approve these proposals. I am happy to see the removal of material out of the velocity zone. I am satisfied with the picket fence. I explained all that before. I am, on principle, unhappy about an expansion of a fence in a flood zone, but again, it's outside of the buffer zone and it's on the far side, on the road side. And I like that. I think using the existing neighboring fence and building off of that makes some sense from an efficiency perspective. So there's your guidance, gentlemen.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, this is Mike Ford. I do want to assure the Spencers that I have taken notes and I will be bringing their concerns to the attention of my client.
All right.
While we appreciate that happened, I guess we're a little frustrated in that.
Ms. Spencer,
Yes.
do you have a comment to make to the commission about
Yes.
the matters within our authority?
Yes, the conservation, I think part of what our concern is that, this property has been so damaging. The beach all along the front was speckled with this toxic paint. There are oyster beds, there are clam beds, there are people clamming. And what happened during this construction just contaminated this whole area. And personally, as an environmentalist, I was so upset by what happened during this property. Somebody came at 5 a.m. with a bulldozer and kind of covered all the paint all over the sand. This property was so damaging to the environment in our area, and it's a beautiful, pristine area of beach, and it was covered with speckles of this toxic paint. And I guess I'm just frustrated by how this all happened and how, I know other neighbors said they would walk in front of the beach and there were stones and beach covered in this white paint because it was being blown everywhere. And it was a very toxic paint. And the blue paint that was underneath it, that was also some type of rust retardant, was all over the sand. And they came because we heard the bulldozers come, or whatever, their backloaders come, and they purposely covered the whole area so that nobody could see after they had contaminated our property and the beach. I just am very uncomfortable with this whole thing. I just feel like it's been such a contamination to our area.
And we also believe that the proposed porch is illegal.
It's not proposed, it's permitted.
It's illegal. It's illegal.
It was permitted, so I can't.
How?
No basis. I don't know why. Don't have access to the records. You can go look at the tape and see what the discussion was. But as Mr. Riley pointed out, in all, the square footage of the previously existing property exceeded this in the no disturb zone. So it was a net reduction, according to how he explained that, and which would explain to me why they would have allowed it, particularly since it's raised, elevated off the ground, which is unfortunately worse for the neighbors in terms of the view, but better for the resource area because it allows for the floodwaters to go beneath it. Beyond that, I can't really speak to it, but it was permitted. And when did that happen? Let me just ask a quick question about the painting. Do you know when that occurred?
It was the summer of last year, the summer of 2019.
Okay.
And I did actually, like, I called the town and let them know and spoke to the building department and told them all this had happened. We had called them before to kind of warn them that the way they were doing it did not seem ecologically sound and it was going to spray everywhere. We called like when it first started, we called to let people know because we had huge concerns. I was actually covered with the paint. It was all over my sunglasses, all in my hair.
We walked over there 2 or 3 times.
And they had to get specialized people to come up from Florida to get it off our cars.
Okay. It's
Other than that, we're happy.
okay. Well, yeah, I hear you. And those are disturbing allegations. My problem is from nearly a year and a half later, it's probably impossible to try to recreate and figure out what happened and what damage, if any, was permanent. But I will ask the representatives for the applicant to look into it again and see what information you have there about whether any damage was created to the dune, to the beach, to the resource areas.
So noted, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right. So, Mr. Ford, I'm inclined to continue this, and we will give you the letter that you need to tentatively, assuming that you're through the process by then, to the first hearing in January. The
Okay.
date, January 13th.
All right.
Assuming though that the January 13th is, if I'm correct, is after the zoning board hearing?
Yep. Right, that's why it's tentative. If there's any delay in that, we'll have to move it out again to the 27th.
That's fine, Madam Chair.
All right, is there a motion then to continue this to hearing on January the 13th?
Yes, Bob Rawls moved to continue to the hearing on January 13th.
Kits, second.
Roll call vote to continue to January 13th. Commissioner Rawls?
Aye.
Kitts?
Aye.
Delvecchio?
Aye.
Clark?
Aye.
I vote aye as well. That's unanimous. Thank you all for participating. Mr. and Mrs. Spencer, thank you for taking the time to come today. I wish that what you're hearing was preferable to you, but I'm hoping that things work out, at least to be better than they have been so far. And
Thank you.
Some sort of satisfactory resolution is found for this. Thank you very much for taking the time, though. All right, thank you, Mr. Ford, Mr. Riley.
Thank you.
With that, Riley, I think we just need a 5-minute break.
Okay, Mark, if you're listening, can you shut off the recording? We're gonna
Okay, we're back. So Callie, let's pick up on the next item on the agenda, please.
44 Tisquantum Road, Ralph and Lorraine Varelli, SC 103449, proposed conversion of a portion of an existing deck to an enclosed port, construction of new concrete footings at 44 Tisquantum Road, Assessor's Map 14A2, Parcel 184.
David Clark here on behalf of the Varellis.
Yes, Dave. Okay.
So as Callie stated, this is a pretty straightforward project. There's an existing deck on the water side of 44 Tisquantum Road, and they're going to enclose it. Normally, this probably wouldn't come before you, but the building designers determined that the supports, namely the footings for the deck, can't support the additional weight of the screened-in porch. So basically, we're digging new sonotube footings, and that's why we're before you. So there's actually a slight reduction in site coverage because the existing deck was too close to the property line, so we had to pull back a few tenths of a foot, and that's it.
I saw that. So this is elevated deck expansion version 2.
Yes.
Supports as opposed to the last one. One question I had was, I thought that was the case, that there was a pullback and so a slight reduction, but the area calculation, the coverage table shows, even though the bottom line shows the decrease, I think there's a typo in the figures that show an increase of 185 square feet.
I will. Huh.
Are you talking about the coverage calcs in the NOI checklist?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, I will.
It just needs it. Oh no, not on the NOI. No, it must be on the. Oh no, I'm on the wrong. Hang on. Here we go. Tisquantum. Yeah, it shows the area of the structures in the outer aura going from 2743 to 2928. So anyway, that just needs to, I assume that's
okay.
2728.
I will fix that.
Okay, just want to make sure the record is clear. This is very straightforward as far as I can tell. Let me see if anybody has any questions from commissioners. Okay, Callie, do you have questions?
No, this seems pretty straightforward.
All right, well, agreed and grateful in light of how far behind now we're running. So is there a motion to continue this to the December 2nd work session for the order?
Yes, Bob Rawls moved to continue to December 2nd work session.
Kits, second.
Okay, roll call vote to continue this to December 2nd work session. Commissioner Rawls.
Aye.
Kitts.
Aye.
Delvecchio.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
I vote aye as well. I can go to the work session, and that's got to be a record for opening and sending it to a work session.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
David,
All right.
Can you just send us like a PDF of the updated coverage calcs?
Oh yeah, yep. I plan on doing that. Yep, I'll get that to you.
Thank you.
Thanks. The next item on the agenda is 89 Taylor's Pond Road, William T. and Karen S. Scores. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. SC 103448. After the fact, proposed plant restoration on coastal bank and in its buffer and in the flood zone at 89 Taylor's Pond Road, Assessor's Map 5C, parcel PT19.
Hi, good morning, everyone. This is Teresa Sprague with Blue Flex Design.
Good morning, Teresa.
Good morning. I apologize. I was on a call with another one of my employees, and I thought there was another hearing before ours. So let me regroup myself as I just hung up that call very quickly.
That's okay. While you do that, I'd like to ask Callie. Can you, Callie, pull up and display the property boundary map that you and Bob were looking at yesterday? Because I think that it provides the appropriate context. And it wasn't until I looked at that that I was able to really visualize what had happened here and why this was proceeding the way that it is.
Sure, I can get that up.
Yep.
Thanks, Janet. I do also agree with you that that is really helpful, because when I first went out to this site, I too was very confused about what was going on here.
Yep.
It took me a while to orient myself.
Yep. And it didn't help that Google Maps sent me to the wrong property to start with.
Yeah.
Okay, I've got it here.
Okay.
So
Perfect.
this is 89 Taylor's Pond Road. This is 138 Port View. And so this is an area that's in front of 138 Port View that actually is property owned by 89 Taylor's Pond. So there's kind of this area, it's not really a dog leg, but this sort of piece that sort of just juts out.
In their view from their house to the water.
From within the view corridor of 138 Port View Road.
Okay. Okay.
Correct. So it's actually interesting, because if you had an opportunity to go out to the site, it's really difficult to access this portion of the property at 89 Taylor Pond Road from 89 Taylor Pond Road. You almost can't really see down into it, even if you're standing up on that sort of eastern, just to the southeastern corner of the house. It's very heavily vegetated. There's a lot of greenbrier and poison ivy, so you really have to bushwhack your way into this southern portion of the property. So, the Koskoris family is the current property owner. They're fairly new property owners, and they discovered this issue. And brought it to the attention of attorney Jamie Norcross, who asked me to go out and survey the site and put together a restoration plan for it. So with that, you've got the restoration planting plan and the corresponding land management plan. What I discovered was the area of that had been cleared. What we're proposing here is to allow natural regeneration of existing vegetation and tree canopy through some regeneration management, while preserving existing vegetation with some supplemental additional native planting, basically on for what I identified as the 11 tree stumps, that were showing no sign of regeneration at the time that I was out on the site. So this plan, as you probably can see, this was done in April. I have not been out to the site over the course of the summer. I'm sure that there's continued significant regrowth in this area. But at the time, what I was seeing was that with the existing stumps that were intact, we were seeing resprouting of anywhere between 3 feet and even up to 6 feet of resprout, particularly on the oaks that had been cut, and they were flush cut to the ground, basically. In addition to the oak trees that were in the area and the pitch pines that were cut, there is a healthy existing ground cover of Pennsylvania sedge and black huckleberry that we'd like to ensure remains intact. One of the things that happened when the cutting was done, and unfortunately, I'm not sure exactly when the cutting was completed, and it just came to my attention in April when Attorney Norcross asked me to go out and review the site. But all of the debris that was left, and if you look at the land management plan on pages 5 and on page 5, particularly, you can see these photos were taken in February 2020. So you can see the area that was cut. You can see the neighboring property that was the port side property, I believe is the address there. And you can see the resprouting oak sprouts in the foreground in the first picture. In the bottom left-hand side, you can see debris piles. So basically the debris from the cutting that was, and you can also see it on the upper left, right-hand side. So all of the debris that was cut was very neatly piled along the perimeter of the cutting area. So what we are proposing to do in this plan is not remove 100% of that vegetation, of the cut vegetation, but to remove about 3/4 of the debris, just because it's been stacked in a way that it's going to take quite a while to biodegrade. And then the existing debris that's left behind, we'd like to just scatter throughout the area to let it naturally biodegrade and help feed the soils in the area. Aggressive plants like poison ivy and greenbrier would just be selectively managed to reduce competition and also to allow us to get into the area to do these management activities. We want to minimize soil disturbance to the absolute extent possible in this area. So we are proposing to plant 11 fairly small caliper trees to replace the 11 stumps that when I surveyed were not regenerating at all. We're including 6 pitch pines, 1 white oak, and 4 black oak, and then along with some small container-sized northern bayberry to just kind of fill in some bare areas. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions about the proposed restoration and the goals of the proposed restoration in the area.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Let me open it up to any questions from the commissioners.
Yes, Bob Rawls, I mean, it's pretty easy to imagine how all this happened in the first place and who probably did it. The question, aside from whether it's a good restoration plan, and it appears to be fine, is to what can we do to prevent it from happening again? Something along the lines of, a picket fence. I mean, a fence of some kind. And something to sort of block the path that goes from that property all the way down to the pond as part of this restoration, or perhaps separate to, I don't know which, but just because it happened doesn't mean that it won't happen again. I think that's should be part of what we're talking about here.
Okay, I'm sorry, Attorney Riley just also sent me a text message to let me know that he is on the call, so he may have something to add to this. I do not believe that the Koskorises would have any issues with putting up, for instance, a split rail fence along the property line to demarcate their property from the neighboring property so that it's very clear where their property line ends. I don't think that would be a concern for the Koskorises at all. But Attorney Riley may have something to add to this.
No, maybe not. I
Maybe not.
I do agree with Bob's observation, because I noticed it on the plan. In the field, I did not notice the existing 4-foot path going up to this restoration area, and in fact, I had a very hard time trying to locate the restoration area because there was no easy way to tell. I walked from the path that runs along the pond and came up a different path, a very clear path that goes up to the house.
Right.
The point being that it looks like to me that 4-foot path that goes to the restoration area is starting to naturalize on its own, and I don't believe there's any reason to have it other than it might invite unwanted intrusion into that area. Unless the neighbor has an easement of some sort through there, I would be in favor of adding that path be allowed to naturalize and close so that there's no more access into that restoration area. And whether or not a fence can be put in there, part of this is in the no disturb zone. Part of it's in the outer aura. We'd have to, I don't know about that. I gotta mull on that. Something to keep people out that doesn't that is permitted to do. Bob, anything else?
Just along those lines, perhaps if some of the cut trees could be thrown across the path, at least to make it, to reinforce the notion that that's not a path.
Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good use for some of those trees, the pieces of border that are left to close off that path.
Yeah, I agree. That's a fantastic. We can certainly do that.
Okay. Any other commissioners with questions on this?
This is Kits. Teresa, on your spreading out of the remnants of the cuttings, are you going to mulch that in any way or just spread it out?
We're just going to spread it out and let it naturally biodegrade. It's pretty degraded already, so the debris has been sort of piled up. So what we're trying to do is actually spread it out so that it can biodegrade more quickly, decompose and become part of the soil versus the pile that it's in right now.
Yeah, it makes sense. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
Janet, I had a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. I should have called on people because everybody chimes in together. Bob, go ahead.
I just had a quick question on the care of the newly planted plants. How are they going to be watered, Teresa?
They are going to require some temporary irrigation, as you know, so that we will be running basically some temporary drip irrigation from the garage area at 89 Taylor's Pond Road over to this area.
Okay, so you're going to have to run some substantial hoses then, huh?
Yeah, what we'll probably end up having to do is put more like a typical irrigation piping in and just run it above ground versus in ground.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. There was a second voice there, but I missed hearing who it was.
No, that was Madam Chair. That's Bill Riley.
Ah, Mr. Riley. Yes. Good morning.
I just wanted to report that the neighbor, the guilty party, has agreed to take care of all this work. So.
Good. Glad to hear that. Yeah. Okay. Callie, do you have any questions?
I just wanted some clarification on the path. Are you guys talking about the path that's the neighbor, that's on the neighbor's property on Portview?
Nope. It's a path on the site plan that's shown, and I believe it also shows up on Teresa's planting plan. It's perpendicular to the pond and it leads directly from the pond, from the marsh, up to the restoration area.
Correct.
Yes. I was out there and there's a path that leads to the Portview property. Is that on the property of 89 Taylor's Pond?
It is.
Okay.
Yeah, yes, it is.
Okay. I think I'm getting myself geospatially confused with this.
Yeah, there's a couple of different pathways.
So I guess the order just has to be clear as far as what path is going to be closed.
Can we put a note on the plan, Teresa, and indicate that that's the path that will be allowed to close off and naturalize?
Yes, absolutely. I can update that.
Okay.
Teresa, can you just, if you haven't already, and I'm sorry if I missed it, if your plan notes on your planting plan just talk about the temporary irrigation, can you add that? Oh, I see it. Actually, it's on there. Never mind.
Okay.
And can the split rail fence along the property line, can that also be added to either the planting plan or the site plan or whatever?
Is that something the commission would like us to do?
We can talk about that. I mean, this is a heavily wooded area. I understand that there's been intrusion, but I have concerns about running a split rail fence through a fairly dense wooded and fairly steep area that right through the no disturb zone. I mean, it seems like the solution is worse than not.
Well, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Riley.
If a fence is put there, nobody's going to tend to it, and it will just eventually rot away. I mean, I agree that I don't see the point of it. I mean, I understand Mr. Rawls' concern, but I'm pretty sure that we're not going to have this problem again with this neighbor.
And I could also add that the property line right now is currently very clearly staked. So perhaps we just leave those stakes in place. They're oak stakes. They can just biodegrade over time as the vegetation starts to fill back in.
Okay, I think that's a good idea then. Bob, does that resolve your concern?
Yeah, in practical terms, it does.
Yeah.
It's just, you know, it could even be a, yes. If we, variety of ways, this, I agree that it probably isn't going to happen again with the current neighbor. It doesn't address future neighbors.
Is it, this is Del Vecchio here. Is there a concrete bound anywhere in that area?
Let me check the Ryder and Wilcox site plan. I'm not sure.
Hi, this is Stephanie Sequin.
Oh, hi, Stephanie. Yeah.
Yes, there is not a bound in that area where the disturbance took place. It's much further down the lot line. So just the stakes that we put in place are on the property line.
Right.
That might be a nice thing to add, is just one or two more bounds.
Could they be done in terms of, well, I know we've done it before in terms of attaching a plaque to a tree that's on the line to indicate that's the property line?
If I can just add, if this neighbor is approaching the property line with any clearing with what they think is on their property, if they haven't gotten approval from you, they're going to be in trouble no matter what, because it's still within your jurisdiction.
I just think, to Bob's point, and it's to prevent that from even happening in the first place.
I think one of the things that would probably be somewhat beneficial is, right now there's a significant amount of debris and poison ivy and greenbrier that we're going to have to manage just to get into this area to do this management. And when we do that without removing any native vegetation, it's going to naturally sort of open this portion of the property up, at least visually, to the Koskorises, who are the new owners at 89 Taylor's Pond Road. I believe that this violation happened prior to their taking ownership of the property. I've met with them several times, and they are definitely, more aware of their property. And so I think that one of the things that's going to help prevent this from happening in the future is that they're actually aware that this is part of their property and that they're interested in stewarding it. They were very proactive in bringing this plan before you to get this restored. So I think probably that's going to be one of the biggest measures to protect this area.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Bill Riley.
Yes, right.
The prior owner was elderly and had suffered from dementia for many years. And so the property was rarely used, and so that's why I think this was able to happen, because the owner was not attentive to the property at all.
Okay. Well, glad to hear that the new owner is, and they will steward it appropriately and take all necessary steps to make sure that it's preserved once this is done. So I'm satisfied with that.
Bob Rawls, I do have one additional comment, and that is, it would appear that the adjoining property would require some restoration of it on its own.
We're going to take a look at that.
Yes.
Because I'm sure the cutting went across the line, so we'll be having some communications with that property owner.
Very good.
In the near term. All right. Well, with that, I think we're ready to continue this to the December 2nd work session.
Bob Rawls moved to continue to the December 2nd work session.
Kitts, second.
Roll call vote to continue this to the work session, December 2nd. Commissioner Rawls?
Aye.
Kitts?
Aye.
Del Vecchio?
Aye.
Clark?
Aye.
I vote aye. That's unanimous to the work session. All right. Thank you, Teresa. Thank you, Bill.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Yeah. All right.
32 Sea Pine Road, the Mary Ellen Hughes Revocable Trust of 2018, and the Paul M. Hewens Revocable Trust of 2018, LC 103451, proposed using existing dwelling and construction of new dwelling with upgraded septic system and pool, restoration of disturbed areas with native plant material at 32 Sea Pine Road, Assessor's Map 11J, Parcel HC.
Good morning.
Good morning.
For the record, Thad Eldridge, East Southeast. We have before you a complete redevelopment of a property. We are bettering the situation by pulling the building away from the coastal bank, land subject to coastal storm flowage. We have Wilkinson Ecological Design with a land management plan to restore quite a bit of area. With the changes that we've proposed, there's about 1,900 square feet of mitigation required. There's close to 1,800 square feet of area that's being reverted to natural. And then there's the land management, which more than makes up for the other 80 square feet. I think that's short enough. If there are any questions, let's start them off.
Okay, thank you for being so brief and to the point. Do we have somebody from Wilkinson here today to, I think I saw.
Yes. Hello, this is Katrine from Wilkinson.
I thought I saw you there. So maybe you can do a quick overview of what you're proposing and we can then ask questions as to the whole proposal.
Sure. So we're proposing approximately 24,000 square feet of invasive plant removal and native plant restoration, which will serve as the mitigation for what Thad was describing. We feel that this is a tremendous opportunity for ecological restoration. It's just over a half an acre in size. And really, it's in addition to providing more meaningful habitat for wildlife and stormwater function, it's really about protecting that adjacent pond, Lily Pond, which contains a very intact, healthy, wet meadow marsh plant community. So without this work, the invasive plant removal taking place, the invasives will keep encroaching into that area and degrade that pond, which would be a shame. So I'll just take you through the existing conditions and then what we're proposing to do. So currently the area is predominantly composed of a matrix of non-native and invasive species. There's some native species existing, particularly in the tree layer, but overall the entire area is overwhelmed by invasive plants like bittersweet, shrub honeysuckle, English ivy, and multiflora rose. The list just goes on. And there's some native species that are existing, primarily the trees, the tree layer, which is the pitch pine, the white pine, black oak, black cherry, eastern red cedar, and willow. There are some other native species like arrowwood, elderberry, and swamp rose mallow growing closer to the pond. But overall, there's clear signs that the native plant community is degraded throughout the property. So we're proposing to remove all the non-native species and invasive plants, as we describe in our land management plan and show on our restoration plan. Much of this work can be completed mechanically using low impact machineries, something like a walk behind track machine like a dingo. Since there's good access, we would stage our work from the existing driveway, come along the house on the north, and then kind of move into the existing lawn area towards where our work would take place in the front lawn. And of course, in more sensitive areas closer to the pond, we would be doing all of our work by hand. All exposed soils would be seeded with the seed mix identified on our restoration plan, and we'd install erosion control blanketing on the sloping areas as needed, particularly closer to the pond, to maintain that soil stability. As you may have read in our land management plan and shown on our restoration plan, we're proposing selective tree management in order to address some issues of tree health and safety. We describe that in good detail in our land management plan. And we're also proposing to remove about 870 square feet of existing lawn within the resource area, within that actually within the BVW, there's existing lawn that we're proposing to remove and transition that area into meadow and shrub planting just to further strengthen the buffer to the lily pond. And then as you can see on our plan, we're proposing, once the invasives are held at bay, we're proposing to plant 16 trees, including holly, cedar, tupelo, pitch pine, 165 shrubs like bayberry, blueberry, elderberry, buttonbush, sweet pepper bush, just to name a few. And then, of course, countless herbaceous species, native species like butterfly weed, lobelia, swamp mallow, and boneset. So just to quickly summarize, it's a ½ an acre of mitigation, all in an effort to provide increased biodiversity and stormwater function on the site. And as I mentioned at the beginning, really this is a great opportunity to protect that pond, that lily pond. It's a beautiful, healthy, wet meadow marsh plant community that if this work doesn't take place, it will be, the invasives will encroach in there. So this is a great opportunity to protect that pond now. And with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. You just touched on an area that I do have a question about, just to clarify. I'm a little confused about, as I count up the resource areas and identify them. So what exactly is the lily pond? Is it land under a water body, or is it a vegetated wetland?
Well, there's a vegetated wetland adjacent to the pond.
Yeah. So when you, in your performance standards, you go through the standards for the vegetated wetland, but not land under a water body. So
That's
if the
my
lily
understanding.
pond is part of this,
we can certainly add that, but where there's water, there shouldn't be any work being performed.
well, you're going to be right up to the edge of the open water, right? I'm just making sure that I haven't looked at those performance standards and wondered if this is a water body, an open water body, not just seasonal, but it's a true pond, that it should be treated as such.
If you look at an aerial, you can see, and just from field work, that the open water is to the south along the adjacent, along the property line. I don't believe that there's open water near where we're working.
Okay, so it's just so you're only coming up against the vegetated wetland.
Right.
Okay, as long as you're not, you're still within 50 feet of the land under a water body, so it should be included.
We can certainly add that.
Thank you. Another question I had, Thad, this is one for you. So in addition to the 50-foot line coming from the BVW, there's another 50-foot line shown on the plan that appears to be 50 feet back from Crow's Pond, perhaps? It says...
Yes, there's a coastal bank that is...
Right.
Yes.
It runs north-south. It runs north-south across that edge. Is there not a 100-foot line that runs through the property somewhere about 50 feet beyond that one?
If you look at the top of the plan, you'll see where the 100 feet intersect, right up by a CB found and held, and where the ACEC takes a pitch to the north.
Yeah. So I thought that was the 100 feet from the BVW.
That's the 100 feet from the coastal bank, and it's also, if you look, there's a little bit of an angle point there, but the 100 feet from the coastal bank that's adjacent to Crow's Pond, it would go through the front of the property, but that's where we have 50 feet from the coastal bank adjacent to the lily pond.
Mm-hmm.
So basically the 100-foot line from the coastal bank. Oh, I see. Never mind. I see that. There's like a little point here.
Right, but what I was asking about, Callie, if you follow the 50-foot line that runs northwest to southeast, crosses Sea Pine Road, and then runs along the east, that line there, I assume that's 50 feet from Crow's Pond. It looks about right. And isn't there not perpendicular, a parallel 100-foot line that runs right through the property there?
So I think, Dad, correct me if I'm wrong, it looks like there would be 100-foot line along the same 50 feet from this line that I'm tracking here. That would probably be about in this area.
Right. That's exactly the question.
But the buffer, the buffer for the BVW far exceeds the buffer from the coastal bank. So that's the predominant resource area here. And that 50 to 100-foot buffer from the coastal bank is almost encompassed by the buffer to the BVW. You see that?
And just to share, on the site, we haven't shown the buffer to the BVW. We've only shown the buffer from the coastal bank because that's the most landward resource.
Right. Right. It would be.
So there is a 100 that would come back from Crow's Pond, but it's within 50 feet of the coastal bank on the property. So.
Okay. So it's within.
A little simple.
Okay.
It's like there are overlapping polygons.
Yeah.
But the polygons for the BVW, well, actually the polygons for the coastal bank that are here are the most far-reaching. So landward on the site.
Okay, I got that then. Okay. Those were the clarifications I have. Let me open it to questions from other commissioners. Bob?
Yes, I have a few. Mostly, a lot of them focusing on the tree situation, the trees that are coming out. So as I understand, in the mitigation plan, I guess there's a smaller diagram at the top right of it, which has X's for trees that are coming out. And it, I think we have 20. I'm not sure, I count 24 or 25 trees coming out, depending on how I count it. Each time I get a different number, but it's one of those two numbers. And and then we have 16 trees coming in, which is a little bit of a gap. But aside from that, it's unclear to me why each tree is proposed to be removed. And so I think ultimately it would be good, since we have a relatively finite number of trees, to have a table of some sort that tells us why each numbered tree is proposed to be removed. I can, like, for example, the trees between the house and the lily pond, there are five or so trees there, and so the question is why. And then I understand why some of the trees down between the house and Crow's Pond are being removed, and it's because they're within the view corridor. I guess it's intimated that a lot of the trees there are unhealthy, and also there's the overhead lines that cause them to be trimmed periodically, which affects their health, and I get all that. So I would ask, unless it's there and I just don't see it, maybe that line right there is that the planning plans show the overhead line so that we can map where the overhead line is relative to the trees that are being affected by the overhead line. But also, if we could just get an assessment of which trees are irredeemably unhealthy and which ones aren't. So when I look at the plan, I see what appears to be a modest view corridor resulting from the project. But when you stand there in front of the existing house and you sight along that proposed view, or vista window, I guess it's called, if you marry that up with the already nice view to the right of that, you have a fairly wide window onto Crow's Pond. So I just want to make sure that when we are talking about taking trees out, that we have a good reason, because some of those trees are pretty big and mature. It takes, as we all know, 25 or 30 years for some of those trees to be replaced, and I'm not sure that we're replacing them in kind. So that's one general question. The other question has to do with the fact that that patio surrounding the pool is quite, it would appear to be quite large, and some of it's in the NDZ. And I'm just wondering whether or not that patio needs to be in the NDZ. And I think that's all I have for those. Those are my big questions. I have some smaller questions that, as we proceed, I may want to come back with.
Okay. I agree with everything you just said, and I think that on the question of the trees, a tree inventory would be called for that would explain the situation of each of the 24 trees that are proposed. Whether it's a health so I also noticed that you had Bartlett come in to do a tree assessment.
Yes, we did.
And is there information in that report that does it on a tree by tree basis that explains the health and condition of the trees?
Yeah, we can. That would be the next step. We can definitely get you that detailed tree inventory.
Okay.
That you both just requested. Okay. It's something we took very seriously. Obviously, we don't normally propose this number of trees to be removed, but when you consider this applicant just recently purchased this property, and it appears, you can tell when you're walking through the property that it was neglected for some time, I'd say. And so there's some trees, a fairly large number of trees that should have probably been removed years ago. If you look in our land management plan, an example is that page 5 where there's a fissured, an image of the fissured pitch pine. There's some trees that you don't even really want to stand near because they're in such poor quality. Right. So that's we really were considering the health. And then there are some trees that are closer to Sea Pine Road that are causing a safety issue. There's a lot of people, pedestrians, surprisingly or not, that use that road, walk along that road, and the cars go around that bend quite quickly. And there you can see that there's some trees that are just growing too close, and it's causing a safety issue along the road. In addition to the report, I'd be happy to meet out on site, because I think if you wanted to, I'd be happy to meet and show you the trees, because I think it's a large number, but when you see the condition and it makes more and more sense when you're seeing the actual trees and what's going on the site. Okay. So I'd be happy to do that.
Maybe both of those would go some way, but I think to Bob's question, in order to approve the removal of all of those trees, we would want to see an inventory and have the condition of each tree explained, so that if a tree is being removed for health reasons, that's noted. If it's being removed because it's in the view corridor, that's a different matter and also noted. And then with that information in hand, we might go and do an on-site walkthrough and look at the trees.
We can definitely get that to you.
Okay. And as to Bob's point about the pool terrace, it is incredibly large. It's given the size of the house and the pool. And I can't imagine why it's necessary for it to encroach over into the no disturb zone.
And if I may add here, yes. We'll review that with the applicants. Just looking at it, I don't think we'll be able to remove all of it from the NDZ. We do want some buffer to the pool itself, but we'll certainly work on that.
Well, what if it was, again, I don't want to design this, but if it was oriented differently, if it was oriented on the north-south axis instead of the east-west, there might be room to tuck it in and not cross into the no disturb. I don't know. I leave it to you to consult with your clients and see what can be done. I mean, we've got, what do we have here? 1,900 square feet of impact. Well, it's in the out, but hardscape, and I assume most of that is due to the pool.
Yeah, and just to share, we're really pushing the limits with the pool zoning wise. That's located at about 26 feet from the street line, where 40 feet is normally required. the pool equipment being 18 feet from the street line. So we're going to have a balancing act between the two boards.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll certainly review that with the clients and see what we can do.
Okay, we'll work through that. Anything else, Bob?
Oh, well, there's the matter of replacing, well, we'll get to that later.
Yeah,
Making
the
sure
mitigation.
trees coming out are being replaced.
Yep, I agree with that. All right, well, Bob Delvecchio, do you have questions at this point?
No, I was thinking about the same recommendations. I think we should do an on-site. I was going to suggest that. And I had questions about that patio being in the NDZ, and those were addressed already. So I'm all set. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Joe.
Yeah, looking at it, the proposed, it looks like there's a significant wall that goes around the outside of the pool that goes all the way back to the house. Can you address that a little bit?
Sure, if the patio comes back, the wall would come with it.
And how big is that wall?
That's about 30 inches tall.
Throughout the whole span from the pool patio all the way to the house?
Yes.
Does that comply with the building code requirements for a pool, or is there a separate pool fence?
There is a separate pool fence, and we've talked auto cover as well. But there's a fence that's located just downhill, about 10 feet off of the wall.
Where? Can you show me, Callie? So I see the wall as the black line.
I guess
See how it's darker green in there?
Yeah,
it's right at the interface between the darker green and the lighter green.
So you have a fence sitting outside of the wall?
Yes.
Why?
There was a concern that we would need a pool fence, and that's where it was located.
Okay.
Is this like a step down? Is that why you're showing? Are these it's really hard for me to see.
Yeah, the grades are.
Are you showing on your plan, are these grades or is this a step down?
No, those are proposed grades. So we would have a patio, a 30-inch wall, and then a slope that heads downhill. The fence would then be set a little bit lower so that it's not impacting a view.
So here's the wall.
Yes.
And then is this the fence?
Yes.
How tall is the fence?
The requirement is 4 feet for.
4 feet. And is it metal or what? I'm sorry, I missed it. If there's a description, I missed it. What is it?
No, that can be any material. It just can't pass that 4-inch ball through any of the openings.
Okay.
So it would also be an at-grade fence.
Yeah, 4 inches off of grade. No, slatted fence with 4 inches between either pickets or rungs.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so sorry, I don't mean to be dense.
I know, we're all stressed.
It wasn't clear in the application. It's a fence, not a pool fence. Because a pool fence, if it's for the security of the people in the pool, then the fence isn't, is in the grade and it's determined by certain specifications for pool safety. If this is just a regular run-of-the-mill fence, usually the commission requires that it be 4 inches off the grade from the bottom and it often be picketed. So it looks like this is just your general run-of-the-mill fence in the no disturb zone. Is that right? Or is this a security fence?
This would be a security fence, a pool fence, to keep people from being able to get into the pool area.
But 4 inches off the grade.
4 inches off the ground, 4 inch in between slats or pickets, and then sealed around the perimeter of the pool. So it comes in off of the building.
Yeah.
And then around, it goes up towards the street and carries back, ties back into the building at the northerly corner.
I see.
And it does sequester an area.
Ally, can you pull that slide over so we could trace that fence all the way through its course. There we go. Okay.
So that goes right up to the sideline of the street and then returns back to the corner of the building. Some of it gets outside the 100.
Uh-huh. Okay. And some of it's, a good part of it's in the no disturb.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Madam Chair, Bill Litchfield, as Thad had indicated, an auto cover is being considered. But if the pool fence is the chosen route, that's the sole purpose. Safety and code compliance is the sole purpose for the fence. So we understand your concern, but we have to answer to several different codes.
But it's a pool fence as
yes.
per the, okay. Okay. Where am I? Bob, did you have anything else?
No, I'm all set, Janet. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Tom, questions?
Not so much question. Well, I do have a couple of questions, but just observations. Besides talking at the no disturb zone, I noticed that a not insignificant amount of the houses in the no disturb zone. I also noticed that a great deal of the development is in an area of environmental concern. And that troubles me greatly. I like what I hear about with everybody talking up and getting amendments to or thought, about the landscape plan. I think that's very great. And I was wondering about the garden because it's shown on the plan. It says proposed reduction and relocation, but I don't see anything about where it's being relocated to. And I know some commissioners are concerned about gardens, so I raise that as a question.
Sure. The existing garden is located closer to the water in an area that's going to be mitigated. And the proposed garden is adjacent to the path that will be leading the folks down to Sea Pine Road and to the beach.
And when you say relocation of the garden, do you mean removal of all of those elements, including the ancient sort of structural elements, the cinder block foundations of some pre-existing structure or something, can't tell what, but all of the in-ground timber, all of that comes out and the area is restored?
Yes, it would be.
Yes.
Okay.
And I assume they'd be acceptable with an organic garden.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. That's the only thing I had about the property.
Okay. All right. So at this point, where are you with respect to ZBA? Have you filed? I assume you need to.
Madam Chairman, if I could respond, we thought it might be prudent, given the sensitivity of this location, to have sort of a first go round with your board. And if there were specific adjustments to the structure or aspects that would require ZBA review, we would revise the plan before filing with ZBA. So we're ready to file, but we thought it useful to hold off. Perhaps now it might be useful to hold off until your site visit.
Yep. Okay. So as far as I can tell, echoing what I've heard so far, there's 3 areas of concern. One is the tree inventory. And with that, I will add in the proposed mitigation for tree removal as part of that, because they go together. The second issue is the size and location of the pool terrace and whether that can be moved out of the no disturb. And the third, I guess, we haven't talked about it, but Tom brought it up and I'll ask it again. Why is any part of the house in the no disturb?
That here.
Yep.
We are bettering the situation. The current house is 25 feet. The proposed house is 33 feet. Given the shape of the lot and the desire of maintaining those views, that keeps the lobe of house heading to the south within the NDZ. And again, we're bettering the situation. We're decreasing the amount of footprint that's within the NDZ. And it's certainly a disturbed, no disturb zone.
So the net result on the, I'm pulling this up, on the building, on the portion of the structure, is going from 990 down to 680.
Correct.
The NDZ. And the, so the, yeah, but the pervious hardscape increases, and that's what you're going to look at and talk to. Okay. Okay. Is there anything else that we want them to consult with their client about and reconsider? And come back to us with.
Bob Rawls, there's one other thing, and I don't know, it's of the secondary nature. They talk about a berm along the road, and they talk about how wide it is and how long it is, but they don't talk about how high it is. I think I want to know how high the berm is, and generally, why is there a berm?
Sure, we can provide that detail. I
Okay.
actually noticed that today too, that the height wasn't included. It's very minimal, but we can get that detail to you.
And that's for privacy purposes? Is it?
Right.
Yes.
And it's going to be planted on the top, or is it, I apologize, I can't find here it is.
It's,
yes.
So as our restoration plan is showing along Sea Pine Road, the eastern red cedar, the arrowwood, it would be right in that area. So once it was planted, you wouldn't even be able to see, you wouldn't be able to notice really that there was a berm there. It was very minimal, but just to get a little bit of definition between the property and the road. Like I said, there's a lot of traffic on the road in the summer.
Yep. So it's essentially that it will be planted on the berm.
Correct.
Okay, got it. Okay.
One more question from Bob Rawls. When it's all said and done, it's not entirely clear to me that there will be any turf lawn in the resource area. Is it all fescue, I assume? Just not sure it was specifically stated.
I don't believe we did specify that, and we can add that to our plan.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good point. So no irrigation as well, correct?
Yeah, the usual, no irrigation, no pesticide, no fertilizer.
So no below ground irrigation.
Right.
Yes, we would expect to have the temporary irrigation for the land management purposes.
Yep, that's fine.
Right.
Okay, so when would you want to continue this conversation? We could.
Well, we would. Do you guys want to have an on-site?
Yep. Well, do we want to? Yeah. So why don't we plan it this way? If you get the tree assessment and a tree inventory to us, We don't need to have a
We
hearing.
can have,
between that.
sorry, I was just going to say, we can submit that this week.
Okay.
I guess there are some regulations about gatherings of certain numbers of people. So I need to know before I schedule the on-site, just for the purposes of the town. We can't, I think it's currently 10 people, so we can't have more than that. So like if it's gonna be Sad, the architect, Katrine, and a few other folks, then we're already sort of maxed out as far as with the rest of the commission. So we just have to be really careful of who's going to this on-site.
Yep.
If it would be helpful, Madam Chairman, certainly the applicant staff would be willing to meet you as a commission in different groups and different times.
Yeah.
So if that would be helpful, we'd be happy to accommodate.
Okay. We could do that all on the same, to make it easier, it's all on maybe one day in 2 groups back to back.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay.
And if I may, I'm not sure if the town has a different policy or order, but the governor's order is for limited to 10 people for indoor gatherings and 25 for outdoor.
Yeah, it changes every day. It seems like
I lost track of it.
my head.
All right, we'll just make sure that we're in compliance with whatever that is. And if that requires back-to-back visits, we'll do that. Okay.
Hopefully we say the same thing twice.
All right, Callie, you'll be in charge of sending out a poll to get day and times from everybody?
Yeah, you know, like I always say, I can't, if you guys are going to continue this in 2 weeks, I can't guarantee that I'm going to.
No, I don't think we can do it that quickly and get everything and get everybody scheduled. So I'm looking at the 16th of December. Because that'll give them time as well to consult with the client and think about possibly reducing the size of the pool terrace and getting us a resubmitted plan. All right, is that enough time for everything to happen?
I think so.
Okay.
I think so. I mean, we'll do our best. There's Thanksgiving in between there, so we'll do our
best. We'll see what we can do. All right, so do we have a motion then to continue this to the 16th of December?
Rob Rawls moved to continue to December 16th.
Kits, second.
Roll call vote to continue to December 16th. Commissioner Rawls.
Aye.
Kits.
Aye.
Del Vecchio.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
I vote aye. All right. Callie will be in touch. You'll get to schedule an on-site. We'll look forward to getting the tree information. We'll have the on-site and then we'll regroup here in a month's time. All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. And Katrine, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next item on the agenda is 50 Old Salt Works. Fitzpatrick Trust is the owner. Mary Ellen and Joseph J. Fitzpatrick, trustees. As the applicant, presumably, SC 10-3447, proposed coastal bank stabilization and to include beach nourishment and native plantings at 50 Old Salt Works, assessors map 13M, parcel C30.
Hi.
Hello?
Hi, this is Erica from Coastal Engineering. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Good morning.
Good morning. We are proposing to put 50 cubic yards of beach nourishment over the coastal bank, and then we would like to plant the bank with North American seagrass to stabilize the bank further. Are there any questions?
I think so.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead, Tom.
Just as a practical matter, usually we use, different plans we refer to them in the permit to incorporate. But I noticed that the drawing, at least the one I got, has a disclaimer on it, and I assume that mucks with our usual process. So I don't think unless I'm missing something, which wouldn't be the first time, there shouldn't be that disclaimer. There should, or at least the drawings that are presented to us should be drawings that would be, as they say, suitable for permit.
So, Tom, are you referring to what's in the bottom right-hand corner about it's being prepared for permitting purposes only and not used for construction?
Right.
Yeah, we do receive that actually quite a bit.
Well, this was a first for me.
Hey, Tom, it's Don from Coastal Engineering with Erica.
Oh,
yeah.
Hi, Don. Okay.
Yeah, that's always been on our plans because we don't know if the commission, prior to filing the notice of intent, will approve the plan. Once it's approved, we don't take the note off, but we do create a plan that is basically a construction plan for the contractor that reflects the approval of the notice. So we've had that on there for just about ever because we don't want a contractor picking up a notice plan and using it for construction when in fact that plan may not have necessarily been approved. We want that plan to go along with the order, and the date on the order will reflect the plan, and then that's the plan of record that will hold true to the commission. So that's the reason for that, is so that a plan doesn't errantly get out to a contractor or even an owner, and they just decide they're going to, put the materials down if they may not have the order of conditions in hand. So we always have the two together.
I have to admit, your explanation went right by me. And that's not too hard to do. So my concern is just, like, I'm the new guy on the block, so forgive me. But at least in the permits that I've seen and the permits that I've drafted, I've never seen a disclaimer like this. That's just what is. And we always make reference in the permits to the plan and incorporate it. And I understand what you're doing here. I understand, but since what we do is define what can be constructed, it strikes me that I understand what you're saying, but if the permit is cites to the plan in order to define what is and is not permitted or allowed to happen, I don't understand why such a disclaimer would be. I mean, I understand what you're saying, but for our purposes, I can't imagine having such a disclaimer in a cross-reference. I mean, it would create any lawyer, myself included, would have a field day with that.
I'm sorry.
Saying, well, this plan doesn't cover isn't constrained by the language of the permit because look at the disclaimer. So, where are we going to go with this?
Tom, you've approved,
yeah.
I don't know how many, you've already approved a series of plans with that disclaimer. As a matter of fact, we can show you that in any of the orders and conditions that have been issued in the past 5 years by the commission. Every one of our plans, especially when there's a plan such as showing this work in the resource area, we have that disclaimer on there for a very valid reason, and it's never had an issue before, Tom. You're the first person that's ever brought it up. We have it in every single town's application that we've ever done. And that's because this plan could go out right now to a contractor by the owner, and the owner could hire a contractor to do the work unbeknownst to us and unbeknownst to himself, not having an order of conditions. So once the plan is approved by the commission, then the disclaimer is only there so that no one does any work prior to the issuance of an order of conditions. And we've never had an issue, Tom. So I'm hoping you don't see this beach nourishment project with some planting as an issue.
No, I don't see the project as an issue at all. It sounds, I have no problems with that. It's just this crazy disclaimer. I mean, I could see if the disclaimer disappeared from, the document that was given to us to reference in a permit. But I don't understand why it would be. I mean, I'm thinking back to my old, I practiced law for 46 years. I mean, I'd have a field day with something like this. So.
Then I guess.
I understand. Okay, I mean, I've never noticed it I've been on the commission for all of 8 months, and I've never, 9 months. And I've never noticed it before.
And it's on the majority of the plans that we work with. Not all, but I'd say the majority. I have noticed it, and I've just taken it to mean that what it says, this plan is for permitting purposes only and not for construction purposes. And I presume that means that contractors working on the site are going to be working with much more detailed plans in terms of actually implementing and carrying out the work. That's the way I've always read it.
Okay, well, I understand that, but I'm on the flip side, our permits define what can and can't be done. So we may say it's not for construction, but in essence, you do something that's not approved in a permit, you're in trouble.
That's right. That's absolutely right. So it means only to me that the contractors can't rely on this plan to implement the work. And that seems fair enough to me. But if they do the work in a way that is inconsistent with this approved plan, then they have to come back and answer to the commission, because that's a violation of their permit.
Okay, well, I will never understand that.
Okay.
To be perfectly honest with you, it makes no sense at all to me.
We'll have to have another discussion. We'll have to have a discussion about it, because
we'll have to. We'll have another chat.
We have a list of things we need to. Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Add it to the long list of things we need to discuss.
I have a question about the gabions. So when were they placed? Are they relatively recent?
No, I read a document. I think they were placed in the 90s.
Okay.
They've been here for a while.
Okay. So when I looked at the site, though, it appeared to me that it had been relatively recently nourished and planted in the very area that you're talking about. So is that the case? When was the last time nourishment was applied?
Over 2 years ago, I think.
Okay.
There's not been any activity. The only activity you might have seen down there is we needed to dig a couple of test holes to find out how deep the gabions were.
Mm-hmm.
So you may have seen something like, because I had a shovel down there. They actually took a picture of me at 65 years old digging a hole. So, but so that's all the activity that's been down there recently, even within the last 2 years. So there was a provision to put 40 cubic yards of sand over the gabions, and that order of conditions allowed for nourishment to be placed to cover the gabions if they became exposed. But that permit is expired, and the owner just wants to make sure they have an avenue to continue to nourish.
So the proposed nourishment area does not include the area over the gabions?
Yes, it does include over the gabions, correct.
I guess that's my question then. I don't understand exactly where. So I see the profile where the gabions seem to be behind the top of the coastal bank on the profile, but they're not. The top of the coastal bank appears to be the end of the nourishment area.
Yes, they're currently covered, and we'd like to put more nourishment on top of the coastal bank.
Okay, so they're right under that top of the bank line.
Yes.
In the profile, it looks like they're behind it. That's why that's the only reason I'm bringing all this up. It's a bit confusing to me that. Let me ask you this, can you indicate on the profile, on the section AA profile, exactly where the nourishment area begins and ends?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Yep.
Okay, yeah.
We can do that.
And where it ends, I guess, is important too, because I noticed yesterday, because I happened to be out there at the high tide yesterday, the king tide, and I can tell you that high tide was way above the mean high water mark that's shown there. And in fact, it was right at the toe of the bank. There was no salt marsh, there was no beach. It was water right to the bottom of the bank. And it was coming up the bank. So
Yes, that's a good observation. That's one of the reasons why the applicant wants the ability to place more nourishment on the bank itself, so we can demarc where the nourishment's going to go, which is going to be on the profile of the slope of the bank, but not below the toe of the slope, which might be what you observed where the water, where the highest water line is.
Yep. Okay. And secondly, with respect to the planting, we normally get some kind of a planting plan that details exactly what's going in, species, density, number, location. It's often shown on the site plan as well. I see you have it on the profile. It says proposed native plants, but there's not detail about how many and spacing and density.
Yeah, okay, that's in note number 7. It's going to be 2 combs per hole, 12 inches on center.
Oh, there it is.
And we're only proposing Native American beach grass because it's really the only plant that's typically in that location, especially on this property, that's been successful, and it's the least expensive because quite often he's had to replace grasses when the permit was active, only because of what you witnessed. The king tides tend to take away the sand so often.
Mm-hmm. So given those figures and the area you're talking about, do you have a calculation of roughly how many plugs you're talking about putting in?
Actually, we'll put that on the plan too.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me. Bob, other commissioners? Bob, go to you first.
Yeah, so I'm gathering from the discussion that first of all, the gabions are licensed gabions from, I guess we assume that's to be the case.
Yes, it was approved in the 90s through the Conservation Commission.
Okay.
And then there was also work done on some repairs a few years ago, or maybe 2012.
All right. And so we have something that expired that allowed nourishment?
Actually, no. The permit did not allow nourishment unless the gabions became uncovered. So that has happened in the past. I think the owner and applicant wants to avoid that situation, to have some kind of ability to place sand as he sees it disappear and then replant instead of waiting for the gabions to become exposed.
So you're asking for ongoing nourishment permission?
Correct, up to 50 cubic yards, yes.
But not, the way it read to me was it was just one time. So if you want ongoing, I think that should be made at least clear to me.
Well, it's usually a 3-year permit.
I think part of the confusion here is that the commission, you're probably used to having annual nourishment, but in this case, it kind of sounds like they may be putting 50 cubic yards, like I'm just spitballing here. They might be putting 50 cubic yards in August, and then again in November, and then again in February, depending on what the site looks like. And that's not something that you guys, I think, are typically used to.
Yeah,
that has happened when an engineer provides some transect information or some professional opinion about the need for nourishment, but I think their ask might be a little bit outside of what you're used to. And so, Don, can you maybe talk about a trigger for nourishment?
Well, that's it, Callie. The trigger is already established. That permit's run out, and the trigger was to place nourishment to keep the gabions covered, but there was no volume mentioned. The original volume was only 40 cubic yards one time on the original order in the 90s to cover the gabions. And then there was a second condition that said nourishment will be allowed not up to a certain amount, but only when the gabions become exposed. So that just leaves it vulnerable to waiting until the gabions come exposed. So when we read that in the order and the client said, well, I need to have something in place because that order is run out, we're back to you to forget about the fact that the gabions are there and have a trigger as to when they get exposed, but allow a certain volume, up to a certain volume per year, to place on the bank when necessary before the gabions become exposed. So the profile that you see now, we don't want to lose that profile because that's well protecting the gabions and it's functioning well. But if we wait till the gabions get exposed, you'll lose up to 300 or 400 cubic yards of material. And so rather than have, so.
Yeah, I completely understand how the trigger being the exposure of the gabions really wasn't a great trigger point. And also I realize that one-time nourishment really isn't a great condition or ongoing condition either. I guess my point is, I would imagine the commission would want to detail out so that, 50 cubic, I'm just being silly at this point, so that 50 cubic yards couldn't be put down every week for the foreseeable future. That there's some sort of, we wouldn't want excess sand there. So some sort of, I think the trigger point that was originally established for when the gabions are, quote unquote, when the gabions are exposed, wasn't really a valuable trigger point. So is there another point that maybe in your professional opinion would work better, sort of now that there's another sort of bite at the apple in this case, to go forward?
Yeah, there is. I think we've done this in your town and other towns. We do a series of transects and then look at those compared to this base transect. And if it looks like 6 inches of material or foot of material is gone, then it might be an avenue to call for nourishment. And then we usually run that through the agent.
Yeah.
The agent.
That's how we normally do it too. Yeah.
Yeah. So that would be something that I don't see why we wouldn't be able to do that, because we've already got an established slope and we'd like to keep that as close as possible so that we're not waiting for, a catastrophe and have the gabions exposed and putting, exorbitant amounts of sand down. So yeah, I get the other side of the coin too, where you said you could go in every week. So of course we don't want to do that either.
Yeah, no, okay, but you need to revise the NOI to make that clear, because as I read it, and I went through it twice to make sure, I was only seeing it as a one-time application, not as ongoing. So that needs to be clarified, and the trigger. And I agree that basing it on movement based on measurement of transects is the way to go.
So Dawn, is that something that maybe you could just write up, like either as a note on the plan or sort of an addendum to what you submitted, just a few paragraphs detailing what you just said about this revised quote unquote trigger?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Good. Okay.
Bob Rose, I have one more question. And that is, how can we be sure that sand, the nourishment, isn't during construction going to go into the marsh or on an ongoing basis?
Well, certainly during an erosion event on any of our banks on the Cape, some of it's going to go to the salt marsh, but the volume we're talking about, which is roughly 40 to 50 cubic yards over what's the length of the property, 103 feet, is nominal at best. And what's happening now is that sand does go out into the salt marsh on a tidal basis. So most of this is going to be on the bank itself, not down on the beach area. So it will still erode over time based on whatever the tidal events are. So I don't think that the amount we're talking about is going to adversely affect the salt marsh. It probably will benefit the salt marsh. If we were looking at hundreds of cubic yards in this area, then it might have an adverse effect, but the amount's very small, but it's enough to stave off a loss of material to the point where we see the gabions. You just want to try to keep the slope that's there, that is working well with the salt marsh at the current stage. So adding it based on the profile won't change won't change the salt marsh at all, because it'll just be material that would normally erode anyway.
Yeah, I think that the plantings will also help. If the plantings can take root, they'll stitch together that nourished sand.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that. I guess, this is assuming that all the neighbors aren't putting a nominal amount of sand in at the same time along their properties. And but I guess that's a separate matter. The other question is, are we to be concerned about shellfish in the area?
The sand that we're using is clean sand. It's not ever in the past affected shellfish beds. The salt marsh will act as a filter, which it normally does, and any sediment that gets into the salt marsh is certainly going to benefit the salt marsh because that's what salt marsh likes. It likes the salt and it likes the water and it likes the sand environment. So I think we'll be more than benefiting the area by continually placing nourishment as the profile dictates, because that's what a coastal bank does. We see a coastal bank erode back towards the land. In this case, we're just trying to keep it in the same position, but what seems to be in equilibrium is going to remain because that sand will naturally go out into the salt marsh. The salt marsh will seek its normal elevation because we're not exorbitantly adding salt marsh, and then that sediment that does leave the salt marsh to go to the shellfish beds will be completely filtered by the time it gets there, and it's already clean, sand that we're using that we find all over the Cape. So I don't see it as an adverse effect, especially since the volume is really low compared to probably the amount of sand that's moving, laterally along the shoreline here.
Okay.
Okay.
Chair, I have,
Yep.
I have two basic questions when you're ready.
Go ahead.
Dawn or Erica, do the access for the nourishment has typically been, so there's a set of stairs that exist on the east side of the dwelling, and there's kind of a lower point on the west side. Is that going to be the access for the nourishment?
Yes, it's the lower point on the west side is usually what they use.
And is that something that can be sort of, I guess, revegetated or matted?
Yes.
Okay, is that in your construction protocol? Or can you add,
I'm not sure, but we can put it in.
Okay.
And then lastly, I apologize. This is going back a year or two, and I'm a bit foggy on. There's stairs on the east side, and I remember that there is some significant erosion on those stairs.
Correct.
Yes.
Has that been fixed, or will it be sort of fixed with this project? Because it kind of looks like the area for nourishment kind of ends at the stairs.
Yeah, we're going to build that up. I think what happens, though, is when people walk, they tend to walk over on that side, and those stairs are, quote, not exactly permanent. And so when people walk down the bank in that one location, it tends to make it look like it's eroding, but it's really pedestrian traffic. I don't think he wants to put anything more permanent than what he has there. So we're just going to use material in that location and planting, and then people just in that one location where they do have these quasi stairs to, keep the traffic in that one location. Try to keep it more natural than built up.
Okay. All right. Sounds good.
Any other questions from anybody? Anybody on the call? Okay. So you will revise the proposal to show the nourishment location in profile AA, revise the proposal to show that the nourishment is one time right now and then ongoing based on the trigger that we've agreed upon. You'll have to identify some transects and calculate what the trigger point will be based on those. You'll show the access.
Yeah, the information on the access for nourishment on an ongoing basis, as well as how many plugs are going in.
And the number of plugs. Yep.
Density and the square footage of the area.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, then I think we should continue this to, we could, let me see my calendar. We could take this to the December 9th hearing date
Does that give you guys enough time with the Thanksgiving holiday?
with the Thanksgiving
Yes, that
holiday. So you would get us all of that by December 2nd?
Yes.
Okay. If you can do that, we're good. Do I have a motion then to continue this to December the 9th?
Bob Rawls moved to continue to December 9th.
Kits, second.
Roll call vote to continue this 50 Old Salt Works to December 9th. Commissioner Rawls,
Aye.
Pitts,
Aye.
Delvecchio,
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
I vote aye. It's continued to the 9th. And we'll get your revised materials. Thank you. Thank you, Erica. Thank you, Don.
Thank you.
Okay, 82
All right.
Jericho Lane, BK Enterprise, Oyster River, Boatyard, SE 10 3446. Proposed reconstruction of existing permitted and licensed boat ramp at 82 Jericho Lane, Assessor's Map 10C, Parcel 3.
Yes, this is Mark Burgess. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning. I will be brief.
Good.
So the
You have to
result of
revise the plans.
was to revise the plans to make it a little bit clearer as to where the sheeting was going to remain. You also asked for copies of the permitting for the license, which we supplied. The public notice went out November 6th, which the commission should have got up with that. So the license is pretty far along in the process, and it's generated by DEP directly in Lakeville. It doesn't have to go to Boston, so we expect to actually get that permit soon after the public notice period ends on the 21st. With that, I'll answer any other questions you might have.
Okay. I don't have any. I reviewed it all. Other commissioners who have questions based on the revisions that were made to the plans?
Janet, I have a couple of questions.
Yes, Bob, go ahead.
Are we going to have before pictures of the marsh the way it stands today, before the construction begins?
We can
Yes.
require before
Yep.
pictures and after pictures.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the other thing was, I think it's crucial that we have a temporary, some kind of a fence right next to the marsh and the construction area, just to limit, just to keep construction workers off that marsh.
Yeah, we talked about that last time, I think.
Yeah, we did, but we didn't specify anything.
What I would suggest is just to add a condition to use that orange construction mesh fencing, and it can be placed just landward of the edge of the marsh, parallel to the shoreline.
Yep.
Terrific. That's all I had. Thank you.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Anybody else? Callie, do you have anything for Mark?
No, I don't.
All right. Then we're ready to continue this to the work session on December the 2nd.
Bob Rawls moved to continue to work session on December 2nd.
Kits, second.
Roll call vote to continue 80 Jericho Lane to the work session on December 2nd. Commissioner Rawls,
Aye.
Pitts,
Aye.
Delvecchio,
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
I vote aye. We will take it up at the work session on the 2nd. Thank you, Mark. Thank you for
You're
all
welcome.
those.
Enjoy the
203 Cross Street, Eric and Laura Nyman, SE 10 3434. Proposed construction of swimming pool at 203 Cross Street, Assessor's Map 14C, Parcel G7.
Well, good afternoon, Madam Chair. Bill Riley on behalf of the Nymans. We realized this morning that I neglected to forward Teresa Sprague's report regarding the drainage ditch, the theoretical resource area adjacent to our project. So I apologize to the commission for that. and we'd ask that the matter be continued to the first available meeting in December.
I have not seen it. As I remember in my notes, it was supposed to address our concerns and provide information on to the extent to which the ditch exhibits the functions and values of a resource area.
That's correct. And they say I forwarded to both you and Callie by email this morning, and again I apologize for the tardiness of it. The report shows that there's no wetland vegetation, and it's the entire vegetative community, which Teresa Sprague reviewed, is entirely non-native invasive species. Is Teresa on the line still?
No.
Okay. Well,
I have not seen that yet.
and again, I just sent it today, so my apologies.
That's okay. I haven't looked at it, but I will tell you that the next available hearing date is going to be January the 13th, because we have, with the new law that passed, we now filled up all of our December dates by moving everything forward.
That's okay. It's a swimming pool. We're not going swimming in January anyway.
Good. I'm glad that we're good with that. Then we will have a motion to continue to January 13th.
Bob Rawls move to continue to January 13th.
Kits, second.
Roll call vote to continue 203 Cross Street to January 13th. Commissioner Rawls.
Aye.
Kitts.
Aye.
Delvecchio.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
I vote aye as well. We'll take that up on January 13th. Look forward to seeing the report.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, 83 Seagull Road, 30 Wikis Way, parcel N133, also known as 0 to Squantum Road, 275975 and 97 Tillaby Run, Seagull Enterprise Properties, LLC, USA Weather Station, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Quitnessett Associates, Inc., New Bedford Realty Group, 59 Tillaby Run Trust, Chatham Seabreeze LLC, and TR 97 Tillaby Nominee Trust, SC10 3424. Proposed dredging and sand placement at 83 Seagull Road, 30 Wikis Way, parcel N133, also known as 0 to Squantum Road, 275975 and 97 Tillaby Run, assessors maps and parcels 15A-1 H98, 15A-2 N133, 15A3-US1, 15A3-N136, 15A3-N137, 14A3-N131, and 14A3B. Applicant has requested a continuance to December 9th, and I will remind the commission that this will be the third continuance that they've requested.
Yep, and given what I just said and what we've had to do to our calendar yesterday and today to accommodate the change in the law, and to give them more time to make sure that this is going to be the proposed master permit, I would prefer to take this to January 13th.
Is Charlie Agro on the call today? Or anyone representing Outermost? I don't hear any.
Okay, well, if they are unhappy, they can contact us later. But at the moment, given what we're facing, and that they've been asking for time, I would entertain a motion to continue this to January the 13th.
Bob Rawls move to continue to January 13th.
Kits, second.
Roll call vote to continue this to January the 13th. Commissioner Rawls.
Aye.
Kitts.
Aye.
Delvecchio.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
I vote aye. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Certificates of compliance. 55 Hallway Street, Carolyn Wheeler, SC10 2965. Certificate of compliance requested for demolition of existing dwelling, construction of new additions, regrading, construction of an outdoor shower, replacement of a septic system, and relocation of existing shed and landscape improvements. Is Bill Litchfield by any chance on the call today?
I am.
Okay. Hi, Mr. Litchfield. We had spoke earlier today, and I didn't know if you had any more information.
let me, if I may, Madam Chairman, to respond to
Yes.
Kelly and
Yep.
to also sort of inform you of the status. This is a pending real estate transaction. I'm pleased to say I wasn't involved in the original permitting, which involved your order. And it was determined that there is an outstanding order, which order was subsequently amended. So Thad Eldridge, who I think is still with us, and I jointly filed a request for a certificate of compliance. And Callie, in her site visit, advised that a split rail fence intended to serve as a demarcation line for the mitigation is not currently installed. And secondly, that there is what I understand to be about 100 square foot array of concrete blocks or pavers on which a picnic table has been placed, and that was not permitted at all. In subsequent conversations with Thad Eldridge, and Thad can speak for himself, I gather that the prospective owner of the property may be doing a new filing and will be planning some additional mitigation. Thad, did you want to confirm or deny or otherwise on that?
No, I can confirm, and you're spot on. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'm not sure how the commission would like to handle this. We have a proposed closing on December 4th. You have another session on December 2nd. It might be that Thad will be doing a filing on behalf of the buyer of the property. It might be that Callie and I can put our heads together and see if perhaps a partial certificate, except for the fence, can be accomplished. And I don't know what the buyer would like to do about the so-called patio. I think Callie has a picture she can perhaps show you. It's not the most egregious structure, but it should have been permitted probably. Might have been accomplished under an admin review, but it didn't happen.
Yeah, do you guys want to see a photo of it?
Sure.
Okay, just give me a second.
Well, Kelly brings that up. It's really essentially whatever the commission would like to do. We would like a certificate of compliance, but we understand that we're not strictly in compliance at this point.
Right.
Sorry, I'm dealing with a few technical issues. Give me 1 second. I'm sorry, I am dealing with some technical issues. There's an at-grade patio that's there that, like Mr. Litchfield said, it's not permitted. And so technically the work on site isn't in compliance with the existing order. And also the fence has not been installed.
Okay. So the closing, I hear you. We have a work session on the 2nd. The closing is on the 4th. It's unclear what the buyer is willing to accept in terms of any kind of a certificate of compliance, partial or otherwise. What is your, what do you want to do, Mr. Litchfield?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think you summed it up circumstantially. We can't get a full certificate of compliance. There's the patio and there's the picnic table. And if it weren't 1:45, you might be going down there and sitting on it for lunch. But I think a continuance of this matter until December 2nd would be appropriate under the circumstances. If the buyer is satisfied with taking the property with a partial, we would ask for that. And I don't know what he wants to do with the patio. It might be something that could be removed, or it might be something that he would ask to keep, in which case he would have to make a request.
Okay. Okay. I think that's sensible. Why don't we take this up again then at the work session on the 2nd and see what the situation is at that point.
Thank you.
Okay. I don't think we need to do anything else right now.
Well, we just need to continue it to December 2nd.
Oh, is it scheduled? Okay, so motion then to continue this to December 2nd work session.
Yes, Bob Rawls moved to continue to December 2nd.
Kits, second.
Okay, roll call vote to continue to December 2nd. Commissioner Rawls.
Aye.
Kits.
Aye.
Delvecchio.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
I vote aye, unanimous, December 2nd.
Okay, 543 and 545 Old Harbor Road, Mariner Kemper, General Partner, Tacoma Trust Limited Partnership, SE 103201, certificate of compliance requested for renovation of an existing patio, construction of walkways and a patio, and landscape improvements. I did visit the site today, and I did receive the email from Mr. Riley. Unfortunately, the site isn't in compliance with the original order. There's alterations to the resource areas there as plants have been removed that were part of that original order. They're native plants. The inside of the dwelling is being demolished, which is outside of obviously the conservation's jurisdiction, but there are alterations to the site. There's also staged mini excavators on site. So I do not recommend issuing the certificate of compliance.
So the plants that were removed, were they part of required plantings as mitigation or otherwise under the order of conditions?
Yeah, Madam Chair, this is Bill Riley.
One moment, Mr. Attorney Riley, I was going to hear what Callie says about that.
Yes, they were.
Okay, I'm clear. Yes, hello, Mr. Riley.
Okay, so the property has changed hands, and I represent Kate and Mike Earls, who are the new owners.
Mm-hmm.
They have an application that's coming in. Thad Eldridge is working with us.
Yeah.
And we're also going to the zoning board because they want to elevate the building out of the floodplain. Their landscape architect, knowing the work was going to take place later in the winter, was concerned that the plants could not be moved, would end up being lost completely if they were moved, in December or January. And so they have removed them, and they're just relocated on the property, so they'll be able to be replanted. Once the rest of the work is done. So so the plants are on the property. They're just not at the foundation anymore.
Okay, Callie's going to show us the photos that she took. And that's what we're seeing now is the area where the plants were removed.
Yeah, and all of this is in the floodplain. There's the excavator and the heavy machinery. You can see all the plants that were part of the original order as native plants that were placed on, as foundation plants have since all been removed. There's also been, some alteration. You can see tracked excavators through the front yard as well as the backyard. I don't think it's in substantial compliance with the order.
I guess I understand the concern that the landscape architect had. It's just really unfortunate that they did it before we have a chance to issue a certificate of compliance.
I understand and I agree. Unfortunately, the landscape architect, didn't check with either Thad or I before the work was done. We would have told them not to do it, but we are sort of where we are, and Kate Earls is on the call as well. I don't know if she wants to chime in. The number of plants, I believe, is correct. There were 10 clethra, 6 inkberry, and 2 magnolias that have been moved, and they're still on the site. They're just in a different location. That's all.
Yeah, but
I can. This is Kate Earls, Madam Chair.
Yes,
if
good morning.
I could just, How are you? So we've had to go to 3 boards for this particular project, and we did not know that there was an open order of conditions. So I apologize for that. We did not know actually until we saw the agenda. So that was a surprise. And we have had to do quite a bit of investigative work because this house is a mishmash of 1790, 1812, and 1946. So there has been a little digging at the foundation, and our historical application already went in, and we actually had to amend it because of this work that we've discovered. to see that 1946 actually is much more prevalent than we thought it was. The house is being raised 4 feet, so we needed to know what was going on with the foundation, and some of the foundation is actually just block on grade, and some of it's poured new concrete foundation. So, you know, my apologies again, but some of it was, you know, unfortunately for meetings that occurred and are occurring tomorrow. We have zoning board tomorrow, so.
Okay. Well, we do have the application for the new work has been filed. It has been scheduled for a hearing on December 16th. I don't think there's any point in putting all the plants back so we can issue a certificate of compliance, and then you can go off and pursue the new application. It'd be my recommendation that we just wait and hold on the certificate of compliance until such time as the project, as it goes on, becomes back into compliance with what the previous order required, and move forward with a new order. I mean, it seems a little strange, but we are caught in a position where we cannot issue a certificate of compliance when it's not in compliance at the moment. So it will be soon.
That's a good suggestion, Madam Chair.
Okay.
And again, it's just, we have, you know, the virus and communication issues. It's just that it's tough, that's all.
Yeah, well, it may well be that we'll issue a certificate of compliance and a new order of conditions simultaneously. So, I mean, that would be okay. There's nothing, reason we can't do that. But I can't tell because I haven't delved into the new application yet.
Right, so I understand.
How do you want to proceed? It doesn't strike me that we should continue this. It's up to you. You can continue it.
Well, other than clutter up the docket, my suggestion would be that you deny the certificate of compliance request today.
Yep.
And when we're ready to ask for it, when the plants are replanted and all, you know, we'll request it at that time.
Okay. I think that's exactly the right way to go. So with that, I'll take a motion to deny the request for the certificate of compliance.
Yes, Bob Rawls so moved to deny the request for certificate of compliance.
Okay.
Kit, second.
Okay, roll call vote. Commissioner Rawls.
Aye.
Kitts.
Aye.
Delvecchio.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
I vote aye. We'll see you back here on December 16th under the new
Madam
application.
Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is 79 Kent Road, Paul T. and Judith H. Patterson, SE 103052, certificate of compliance requested for construction of shorefront protection system. I do recommend issuing the certificate of compliance with ongoing conditions. I'm just pulling them up here. These particular homeowners, Paul and Judy Peterson, Judy Peterson was actually a member of the Conservation Commission. And one of the conditions of this permit requires that they monitor the beach elevations forever, as an ongoing condition forever. And in my discussions with them, I don't necessarily feel as the agent that someone should be required to monitor their beach forever to an infinity amount of time. And in this particular case, the Petersons, this really beautiful salt marsh there's been accretion, there's been some beautiful salt marsh that has come up in front of their shorefront protection system. So we've been creative in the way that the order was written to allow them more of a trigger point for nourishment rather than this ongoing condition forever and for monitoring. And so what I've been able to come up with is special condition number 6, which speaks to the fact that the commission can require sand or vegetation or waive the beach nourishment requirement based on new information. Special condition number 12, which speaks to the fact that plantings need to be native, and also allows the Petersons to replace the plants that are needed in the future with just coming back to the agent for approval rather than having to go through the whole permitting process again. And then also general condition number 10, which allows them to stop annually monitoring for an infinity amount of time, but allows the commission to order more nourishment at the Petersons' expense.
Okay.
And I know that the Petersons aren't particularly pleased with the fact that I think it's condition number 6 that has an annual beach nourishment clause. But I'd like to craft the certificate of compliance that doesn't require them to nourish something that doesn't need to be nourished. We're basically trying to take an order of conditions and allow it to go forward that's best for the resource area. And so I think special condition number 6, special condition number 12, general condition number 10, and we'll craft some language about if it's okay with the commission, that this annual monitoring is no longer required.
Okay, I think that's a sensible solution. I'm very pleased to hear that the project has been successful and that the salt marsh is thriving.
If you guys have a chance, the Petersons did submit a large variety of photographs. I put them on the Dropbox. It's a really interesting thing to take a look at. I think just in general as just sort of a learning tool for the commission about how site-specific some of these shorefront protection systems can really be. But other than that, I recommend issuing it with ongoing conditions, as I've already stated. Okay.
I will take a look at those, Tom. I'm sure you're very interested in seeing that as well, because that plays into what we've been talking about. And this is an excellent photographic record of what can be done. Okay, even though they did put in a revetment. So is there then a motion to approve the request for the certificate of compliance?
Yes, Bob Rawls.
Condition 6, 12, general condition 10, and as Callie has crafted the language.
Yes, Bob Rawls' motion to approve the COC with all those changes to conditions as discussed.
Okay.
Kits, second.
Roll call vote. Commissioner Rawls.
Aye.
Kits.
Aye.
Delvecchio.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
I vote aye as well. That's approved.
Okay. Next up is 108 Mill Hill Road, violation, vegetation removal, regrading, installation of a dock-like structure in a wetland resource area and adjacent upland resource area. I know Jonathan Reyes is on the call, as well as Katya. I will also say that I forwarded to the commission an email from Mr. Reyes stating that the beach, the sort of created beach that he put at the border of the shore of a pond has been removed. He's also submitted a letter from Katya, who's the landscape architect who did the initial plan. He's also assigned a clerk of the works, and he's also assigned someone to oversee the work as well in a different capacity. There's a letter from that individual, and he also revised the plan. Mr. Reyes, I saw that you sent me an email in the middle of the hearing. I can't read letters and revised plans in the middle of a hearing.
Okay.
So
yeah, I just talked to Katya. Unfortunately, she had a 1 o'clock meeting. Nobody thought it would, go this long. But she did revise her letter, and that was what was just emailed. And she stated in that letter that my plan is equivalent to the original plan.
That's the language we were looking for from her.
Yes, and that's in the current email.
Okay. That's exactly what we were looking for. So yes, we looked at the appointment of Donald Shaw as a oversight specialist is excellent. He's an expert in a lot of this, so that's reassuring that he'll be operating in a supervisory capacity. If Callie can just confirm to me and take a look at what Katya sent and confirm that it says that this revised plan is substantially the same as the one that had been approved?
I can bring it up. I can't read and speak at the same time. So I can.
Why not?
I can bring it up here.
Well, Mr. Reyes, it's late and we're getting tired, so let me cut to, okay, here it is, November. And it represents an equivalent planting effort within the resource area will have an equivalent or better impact to the overall restoration of the area. That's what we're looking for. All right. So, Mr. Reyes, lessons learned in life, in terms of the price we pay for not following instructions carefully. You created a lot of extra work for yourself and for us, and you're not yet done, and neither are we, because you now have a restoration plan of record that's been recorded that is no longer accurate, no longer valid. So the commission is going to have to come up with a document. We'll have to draft something that approves a substitution of plan, approving the revised plan, and then you will have to take care of having that recorded.
Okay.
Is that understood?
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Yes, Tom.
When we originally dealt with this last time, one of the points that you emphatically made, which is that the density of planting still applied. That is, the density of planting required from the OOC, and at that time it was 271 plants, and if I'm not mistaken, we've got about 33 that were planted. I didn't interpret the letters to say that 31 is just as good as 271. I interpreted them to say that the 33 plantings, if I've got the number correct, if I don't, I apologize, was equivalent. We're done in a like manner, but that didn't say that satisfied the entire requirement. So I just raised that as an issue because that was raised last.
Can I clarify?
Yes, go ahead. That's
okay, so first off, there was never 270 plants. It was a math error. There's 170, and of those 170, 100 of them effectively are the pond plants, which will be going in the spring, and another portion were high bush blueberry, which were unavailable. So in the revised plan, there are as many plantings proposed and very similar types of plantings. And it's my intent to continue to add additional plants over the course of my lifetime, and always native, and but to continue developing this landscape.
Right. So the numbers, as I understand them at this point, was that the approved plan had 156 plants on it. This one at the moment has 145. No compliance certificate can be issued until it says here, gets to the total of 156 as he continues to plant. So it will be the same.
Yes, probably more.
Yeah, well, that would be great.
Janet, there's still an administrative issue.
Yeah.
And he has a planting plan, recorded it against his deed, that is not going to be complied with.
Right. That's what I say. We have to do a substitution of plan. Work session.
I don't think we can.
Why?
Because you can't substitute a plan out. You can add to it. I'm not aware that you can substitute a plan out at the registry on someone's deed. I haven't heard of that.
As an architect, I've often had to amend condominium plans, and I file an amendment with the registry, and I assume that would be the situation here. But I can take. I mean, I'd be willing, or be happy to take care of the recording issues I believe I would be able to record an amended plan.
I think you can record an amended plan, but Mr. Ray's, the issue is that the restoration order cites a specific plan of record.
Right, and this is a change of the plan of
So-
record.
Right, so there have to be amendment to the restoration order.
I know this can, I believe it can be done as well, as a
If you-
recording
If you guys
matter.
want to take this on, you're more than welcome to.
Yeah, I think I can get this, we can, well, I'm gonna put it on you, Mr. Reyes, but with my approval, we'll come up with the document that needs to be recorded at the registry to make sure that this plan is the new approved plan of record.
Great.
Okay. All right.
So I will be able to plant the plants that I already have?
Once it's recorded at the registry.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I'll see what I can.
I've been
I'll
trying
talk
to
to the
do
reg.
this for months.
Well, you know, what can I say? The process is, I don't really understand why it had to be recorded at the registry anyway, but in any case, let me see what I can do as far as getting that amended plan recorded, and so I can move forward.
I believe that the registry may want to see a signed document from the commission approving this the amendment, the amended plan. So we'll have to do that. I'll take a vote on it today, and we'll have to draft something and get everybody to sign it. You'll need that, but you know, I'm almost certain you will. So
yeah,
Madam Chair.
Yes, Tom.
Couldn't we basically take an amended OOC and repurpose it for an amendment to a restoration plan and use that as a vehicle to submit for recording?
It would look like that. It would just be, it would be an amended restoration order with the new plan attached. And I can draft it up and put that in give it to Mary to have everybody sign. And then Mr. Reyes will pick it up and then take that to the registry.
Okay.
I think that'll work.
Any idea about schedule?
It all depends on when it's recorded.
Yes, but I guess
we'll have that. We'll sign it. With our documents that we're going to sign post this session. So
okay, great. So I will
next week. By the time everybody gets over there, we have to each travel and sign them separately. So
okay.
it takes a little while.
Well, thank you. I will talk to the registry about how to get things on record, and
once Mary has the signed amendment, she'll let you know, and you can go pick it up from her.
Okay, very good.
All right, thank you, Mr. Reyes.
Okay.
So I'll take a motion then to approve the proposed amendment to the restoration order in the new approved plan.
Bob Rosen still abstaining, so I'll defer.
Yeah.
Kits.
I second.
Okay. Roll call vote to approve this amendment to the restoration plan and the new restoration plan. Commissioner Kitts.
Aye.
Delvecchio.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
I vote aye, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 0, 1 abstain. Okay, we got it. You'll hear from Mary, the secretary, Mr. Reyes. When the document's ready to pick up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anything else, Callie?
Motion that we adjourn.
Second.
Roll call vote to adjourn. Commissioner Rawls.
Aye.
Kitts.
Aye.
Delvecchio.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
I vote aye. We are adjourned. Who were all these people who were showing